5 session of the Montana Board of Housing. Jess, could you start the recording, please? Okay. And now we'll turn to Cheryl for some instructions.
Sure. So this is a hybrid meeting. So we have a pretty large developer contingent here in the room, along with board members and board staff. The audio device is the owl here in the center of the room. There isn't a separate wireless mic. Jason will go through instructions when we get to presentations, but we will ask people to come up to the podium just to capture the owl will capture the audio better. And then we want to make sure that we minimize any other kind of back chatter in the room. The owl will turn to pick up those noises. So folks could just, if you need to take a call, exit the room so we can keep the audio good to go here in the room. For those joining online, we'll have opportunity for public comment or comments throughout the presentations. You can either raise your hand or use the chat feature to signal to Jess and Joe, who are monitoring online, that you'd like to have the opportunity to speak. And then Sheila Rice is chairing today's meeting. Bruce Posey chaired at the last meeting. He does have a conflict of interest, so he's online just to listen, but won't be actively participating in today's conversation. So with that, I guess I'll turn it back over to the chair and we'll go through introductions.
Thank you, Cheryl. I want to call out to thank you and your staff for all of your legislative work. It was I know we'll get that report tomorrow, but thank goodness that's over, and housing came out okay, and we really appreciate all of the late nights, early mornings, and Saturdays as well that you worked. Well, let's go ahead and get started. Are there any public comments on anything that's in the board's discretion but not on the agenda today or tomorrow? Pardon?
Board members.
I have that next on the line. It says public comments first. They give me a detailed script. Thank goodness. So are there any public comments from anyone in the audience or on the phone regarding something that is in the board's discretion but is not on the agenda today or tomorrow? Any public comments? Nothing online, John?
Nothing.
Okay, let's move on to board member introductions. As Cheryl noted, Bruce Posey, the board chair, is recused from today's meeting. Bruce, are you on the line?
I'm here to listen.
Okay, all right. You want to say where you're from, Bruce?
Billings.
Okay, I'm Sheila Rice, the board vice chair, and I'm from Great Falls. Amber?
Amber is.
She's not.
Okay. Oh, I'm sorry, it's absent. Amber is absent. Jeanette McKee to my left here.
Jeanette McKee from Hamilton.
John Grant.
John Grant, Helena.
Richard.
Richard Miltonberger, Helena.
Rachel.
Rachel Arthur, Great Falls.
And especially welcome Richard and Rachel. They're new members, so this will be their first LOI presentations, and good luck out there. Cheryl, will you please introduce the board staff?
Sure. So we'll just go ahead here and around the room. Cheryl Cohen, Executive Director.
Jason Hassan, Multifamily Manager.
Nathan Bilyeu with Jackson Murdo and Grand Counsel to the board.
Jessica John, Executive Assistant.
Joe DeFilippis, Operations Manager.
Brian Barnes, Multifamily Asset Manager.
Jesse Innes, Program Specialist.
And I see one other housing division staff in the audience. If you want to
Julie Flynn, the Community Housing.
Okay, and then we can go to Commerce Housing Division or board staff online. Joe, would you just like to read out those names, please?
Bear with me. Charlie Brown, Homeownership. Bruce Posey, of course. Stacy Purvis, Community MT. Megan Surgener. Jessica Michael. Kelly Garigula. Cole Newman, Vicky Bauer, Jen Stapleton. And I believe that is all from Board of Housing.
Okay, thank you. And again, our thanks to the staff for all of their work. Let's go to the audience and we'll just start out on this end and go across. So if you want to go ahead, please.
Hi, Larry Phillips, NeighborWorks Montana.
Nate Richmond with Blue Line Development.
Jason Bowl, Blue Line Development.
Don Sturham with CR Builders in Billings.
Caleb Posey with CR Builders.
Austin Trunkel, also with CR Builders.
Andrew Shenanias, Lake Capital Partners.
Pardon me, Gerald Fritz, American Covenant.
Southern Pine United Housing Partners.
Andrew Sermon, Boucher Development. Mike Boucher, Boucher Development.
Tyson O'Connell, United Housing Partners. Sam Oliver, Wasula Housing Authority.
Mike Eugene,
Did we have the housing company? Provide restore all the affordable housing.
Greg Cornell, Greystone Social Impact. 4-H Jackets, Greystone Social Impact.
Michael O'Neill, Helena Housing Authority. Rick Rutherford, Fortified Property Solutions.
Michelle Moore, Fortified Property Solutions.
Matt Bellis, Mock Development. Grant Schnell, Mock Development. Hey, Joe Walsh, Boundary Development.
Crosby Branch County Development.
Catherine Daly, HRDC. Heather McMillan, Homeward.
All right, thank you all for being here and thank you all, thank you, Chantal and facing me. Thank you all for being developers and for bringing projects to us. We would have nothing to do at this meeting if we didn't have lots of projects. I know it's a lot of work and we really, really appreciate all the effort and the dedication we have to providing good housing for all.
Is there other attendees online to go through?
Yes, there is. We've got Austin Richardson, Patrick Zhang, Jennifer Wheeler, Amanda Browning, Alex Burkhalter, Tyler Kearns, Julie Lacey, Liz Stotts, Mara Stajanovic, Parker Webb, Emily Strasser, and that's it. But did I miss anyone online? Okay.
Thank you, Joe. All right, just a couple of things to mention. We'll take breaks as I decide to call them based on the letters of presentation. So we won't interrupt anybody mid-presentation. And then we'll have a 1-hour lunch break around 12 o'clock. But again, that will depend on when the last presentation before noon happened. So with that, we'll go to the 2025 Housing Credit Letter of Intent presentations. I'm going to start out by asking if there is any public comment or questions on any project. So comments or questions on any particular project. They'll also have that opportunity after the project presentation.
Seeing none online, Madam Chair.
All right, let's go to the staff overview, and that would be Jason Hanson. Thank you, Jason.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So board members, in your packet, you would have the MF memo, the board member worksheet, the comparative data, side-by-side Excel summary, maps of prior 9% and 4% awards, units by county, 9 and 4% projects by county the last 10 years, population and geographic distribution summary. For the project presentations, we ask that whoever's presenting come to the podium so the owl can hear you. Applicant presentations will be limited to 15 minutes or less with a 2-minute warning. The board may ask questions of applicants and discuss proposed projects for purposes of assisting the board in determining which projects it will invite to submit applications and assisting applicants in presenting better applications. But such questions, answers, and discussions shall not be binding upon the board in any later award determination or board process. Applicant presentations will include any comments from any party on the development team, videos, and presentation materials. Public comment will include in-person comments, live conference call comments, and written comments. Comments are subject to reasonable limitation by the chair to minimize duplication, reading of materials, etc.
All right, thank you, Jason. Questions for Jason? Well, let's,
Madam Chair, we do have a question in the
Okay.
back.
thank you. I'll have to point that out. Okay, question in the back.
Just a procedural question as far as advancing slides. Is it gonna be
Jessica.
Joe?
It'll be
Yeah,
Jessica.
yeah.
Okay, just kind of, you can just say next slide. and check the good. Thank you.
Further questions? Okay, so we'll go now to the presentation of the project. I want to emphasize that these are randomly selected. And the first of those is the Golden Lion Manor from American Covenant. If you'd like to come up on the right, please, to the podium and present the project.
We are on Zoom. Can I present from here?
We can hear you.
Okay. All right, good morning. My name is Amanda Browning, and I'm honored to be representing American Covenant Senior Housing Foundation. I have the privilege today to introduce you to an amazing project opportunity in the beautiful town of Troy. This is Golden Lion Manor. Next slide. In this presentation, I'm going to tell you all about Golden Lion Manor and the impact that it has on the city of Troy. I will briefly go over our site plans and services that are provided in the area, as well as the great need that this project is for the community of Troy. Next slide. Our project is an acquisition rehab of a single level building built in 1980. It consists of 20 units of low income qualifying individuals. Golden Lion Manor is located in the rural town of Troy, Montana, with a population of less than 1,000 and is the only low income qualifying property in the area. There have also only been 2 previous 9% allocations in the Lincoln County area within the last 20 years. The next closest low-income property is located in Libby, Montana, which is over 20 miles east of Troy. With over 45% of the renters of Troy being cost-burdened, it is a necessity to keep Golden Lion Manor up to date, safe, and inhabited. Next slide. Our proposed rehabilitation of this project would consist of up to 20 up-to-date units consisting of 18 one-bedrooms and 2 two-bedroom units. 2 units will be fully ADA compliant and another 2 will be sensory units for hearing and visual impaired individuals. Next slide. We will include several outstanding amenities such as a beautiful outdoor green space. Each unit will have both an exterior and interior entrance. We will also have a wonderful community room equipped with Wi-Fi and computers where tenants can come and mingle, promoting a sense of community. Next slide. We are also using green amenities in this project to promote sustainability and enhance the well-being of the residents. Those amenities include things like using solar panels to help save on electricity, Energy Star appliances, and energy-efficient windows. We will use low to no VOC paints and adhesives and ensure everything is formaldehyde-free and fully sealed. We use as many Montana-based products as possible as well. With a smoke-free policy in the building, as well as water-efficient landscaping and devices, our goal is to improve the longevity of this building for many years to come. Next slide. This project is vital for the community of Troy. With over 3,000 of Montana's residents on a waiting list for low-income housing, 324 of those currently in Northwest Montana alone, the sustainability of any low-income housing buildings is a huge necessity. Within the small population of Troy, with less than 1,000 residents, most of them are retired and live on a fixed income. There is a severe lacking of affordable housing in which is forcing residents to have to search for housing options over 30 miles away. Golden Lion Manor is the only affordable housing option in Troy and has not received any upgrades since it was built 45 years ago. It's at a stage where it is bordering unlivable without the proper rehabilitation. At its current state, all 20 units are inhabited, and our hope is to remain at full occupancy while providing a safe and maintained environment for those residents. Next slide. There is a wonderful referral service located only 22 miles away from Troy in Libby called Community Action Partnership. They offer several services to low-income qualifying individuals, such as energy assistance, housing navigation, employment training, information, and referrals. Community Action Partnership is the co-developer on a low-income property in Libby that is currently under construction. They have expressed their support in the Golden Lion Manor Rehab Project. Next slide. Troy has a well-designed growth plan. Our project falls in line with the desired outcome of this growth plan in maintaining the existing units, allowing for the residents of Troy to stay there, while Troy's amazing recreational amenities continue to attract tourists. Next slide. A little bit about who we are. Next slide. American Covenant Senior Housing Foundation will be the developer for the Golden Lion Manor project. We are a 501c3 nonprofit organization founded 22 years ago to help provide safe, quality, and affordable housing. Our main goal is maintaining existing subsidized rental units for families and seniors. We currently have 7 properties that we have acquired and rehabilitated, consisting of 198 units, meaning that almost 200 families and individuals have been able to keep their income qualifying homes while living in an updated environment for at least an extra 20 years. Next slide. Infinity Management and Investments will be the management company for this project. They have 38 years of experience and over 63 rental housing projects. They have immense expertise in tax credit and governmental agency regulatory compliance. With knowledge in USDA rural development, equal housing, home, Section 8, and many more, as you can see here, making them fully equipped to manage Golden Lion Manor. Next slide. In conclusion, Golden Lion Manor is the only affordable housing option currently available in Troy. As the recreational assets of Troy continue to attract and promote tourism, it is the city's goal to keep the availability of affordable housing for their current residents. Maintaining the existing property to ensure that it is safe and continues to be available is essential for the residents of Troy. We have an opportunity to strengthen access to affordable housing in Troy and want to ensure the preservation of this very vital building. Next slide. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there any public comments or questions on the Golden Lion Manor presentation?
Seeing none online, Madam Chair.
I'm sorry, yes?
Seeing none online.
None? No, okay. All right, let's move on to board discussion and questions.
Can I
Sorry.
say one thing?
Go ahead.
So the first 2 are projects are meet the rural spotlight. So that's why they're first, just want to make sure.
Oh, okay.
Thank you. The rest are.
So Jason, while we have you on then, just maybe explain the rural spotlight concept.
Yeah, so they have to be not in the top 7 populated towns in Montana, and they have to be like under $4.3 million in credit ask.
Okay.
Yep,
All right, and then the spotlight means that it's not mandatory.
not mandatory, it's just spotlighted first, just to go first. Yep.
All right, thank you. Any questions? All right, let's move on to the board discussion and then comments for American Covenant. Board discussion? Question? Okay, I would ask who owns this project today? Can we get American Covenant to answer that?
Gary, we're not quite sure who we're acquiring that property from. Could you take that question, please?
Yes, that's my question is who owns the property today?
Cheryl's got a point.
Okay.
Cheryl might be able to
Yeah,
answer
yeah, go ahead, just go ahead.
Golden Lion Manor LLC.
Okay.
So it's a family that has built the project and family members still own
Okay,
through the LLC.
and is there any kind of rental subsidy that's utilized at Golden Manor today?
Yes, all units are Section 8.
And are they all project-based Section 8
Yes,
vouchers?
they are.
Okay. Further questions?
Madam Chair, I was curious, the redevelopment plans, is there, and these are fully occupied units, and as they're rebuilt, I guess, does everybody leave the property, or is it unit by unit, or how are we gonna deal with the folks that are there currently and in their living situation during the reconstruction?
At full application, they will send in their plan for that, so sometimes they can don't have to move them out or not, so at this stage, we don't have the plan on how they're gonna do that, but if they go to full application, they'll have the plan with their application at that time, how they're gonna do that.
Thank you.
Further questions?
I'll just add it, and maybe Mr. Fritz would want to weigh in on tenant relocation plan, just to allude to the board of what you guys may be thinking as far as occupied versus non-occupied rehab. And it will also depend on if there are other fund sources that are coupled within the project that could trigger federal requirements around Uniform Relocation Act. As far as if it's a permanent relocation of residents, certain provisions need to be provided to help people land in an affordable place.
Yes, we'll have a HUD approved relocation plan. Our preliminary plans are to take out half of the tenants at each time. We've made an arrangement with Motel and Libby to take those tenants. We anticipate that they'll be out for 30 days or less. There's a tremendous amount of improvements that we can do while they're still in the unit. Exterior, solar, etc.
Thank you.
Further questions? All right, let's move on to the Hardin Senior Housing, also American Covenant.
Good morning. This is Tricia Martin. I'm joining from Amanda Browning's Zoom. We're here together. I have the honor of presenting to you today Hardin Senior Housing, sponsored by American Covenant. Next slide, please. So starting off, I'd like to touch on some of the highlights of the project. This is an acquisition rehab of 24 rental assisted units, sponsored by a nonprofit for the preservation of affordable housing, designated for seniors and those with disabilities. It was originally constructed in 1996 and has not had any improvements made since. It is one of 2 affordable housing projects in Hardin. The other is tribal designation and does not compete with the Hardin Senior Housing, even though it serves a large geographical area. It will impact the community with rental assistance, ensuring tenants spend no more than 30% of their income on housing. Therefore, they will have more funds to contribute to the local economy. It provides quality housing for vulnerable populations, provides economic empowerment. We're very proud to partner with Clearwater Credit Union, who will be providing financial education at no cost. And I'll touch more on that later in the presentation. The city of Hardin is in a rural area with a population less than 4,000. 46% of which are Native Americans. The 56% absorption rate means the property could absorb 8 to 10 units per month. Combined with the waiting list, that demonstrates that there is a great need for affordable housing in Hardin. Again, serving a large region, the location can help reduce commute time to local groceries, employments, opportunities, or healthcare needs for our tenants. Thank you. Next slide, please. This is what the existing USDA RD rental property looks like. You can see it's in desperate need of substantial rehab. We have broken floors posing safety hazards, a nearly dilapidated community room. You can see the kitchen in the bottom right is just unusable. There are leaks, broken doors, damaged finishes. There's without a doubt a tangible need here. Next slide, please. And here's a look at the amenities we will be providing. A community garden with raised garden beds to allow tenants with wheelchairs or other assisted devices the opportunity to enjoy outdoor gardening. An outdoor recreation area with covered seating and barbecues to encourage outdoor activities. We know outdoor recreation is linked to improve overall health and decreased risk of depression. And it's also a great place to host family members who would come visit. A community room with computers, Wi-Fi, and a kitchen for recreation and social gatherings. Air conditioning not only feels amazing, but it provides better air quality reduces the risk of asthma attacks, dehydration, and heat stroke. Property fencing improves the overall aesthetic and property value, provides boundaries and enhances security for seniors and their pets. Giving them the peace of mind that comes with a good sense of security will ultimately encourage outdoor activities and improve their quality of life. Next slide, please. Go green. We're bringing Fido along with this one. We like our little dog with us. We will be installing solar panels to maintain energy efficiency and minimize cost. We will be utilizing All-Star appliances, energy efficient windows, and improving insulation. Only low to no volatile organic compound paints and products will be used, as they can jeopardize the air quality. All countertops and cabinetry will be formaldehyde-free, full sealed. Of course, a strict smoke-free policy is best for everyone. Water-efficient landscaping and water flow saving devices are very important to the community of Hardin. They are spending a good portion of their budget to improve the infrastructure, and concern was raised at their last board meeting about seniors struggling with the increased water prices. So that's a huge deal to the community of Hardin. Next slide, please. Capability and readiness of American Covenant. Our development team has a proven track record in low-income housing. We're a nonprofit organization founded in 2003. We're very experienced in LIHTC and senior housing development. We currently own a total of 242 units combined in 9 projects located in Montana, Utah, Nevada, Indiana, and South Carolina, with recent LIHTC awards in North Dakota, Wyoming, and Nevada for an additional 78 units. Next slide, please. And here we have our distinguished management, Infinity Management Investments. They're very established, founded in 1987. They thrive in tax credit and regulatory compliance. They maintain a high capacity, efficiently managing 63 rental projects, consisting of 2,768 units. They are vastly experienced with projects under contract in Montana, Idaho, Wyoming, North Dakota, and California. They have unmatched expertise in USDA RD, Equal Housing, Section 8, California HCD, Joe Cerna Farm Labor Housing, RHCP, and tax credit requirements to assure compliance at every level of government review and oversight. Thank you. Next slide, please. Here we have economic empowerment. This is the fantastic opportunity for our tenants. We've partnered with Clearwater Credit Union, who will host in-person or virtual group session classes in financial education at no cost. Some of the topics they will cover are banking basics, budgeting for beginners, understanding your credit score, preparing for your next vehicle, intro to credit cards, financial fraud and scams, predatory lending, and elder financial exploitation. Those last 3, I think, are highly applicable. I think the seniors will find that very helpful. I expect that to be very popular among the tenants. Thank you. Next slide, please. We have received and maintained enormous support from the community of Hardin. They recognize the need not only for preserving their only senior designated affordable housing project, but the much needed repairs to keep it a safe place for the residents. The reason we've been working so hard on Hardin is because it demonstrates such great need, not only in the repairs, but in the amount of citizens who are below 60 and 50% AMI. Here are some quotes. Mayor Joe Purcell: continuing to provide quality, affordable housing to our seniors and disabled is a common goal for our local government and community. The mayor's office, city council, and the citizens of Hardin support your renovation goals and the pursuit of funding through the Montana Board of Housing. Thank you for supporting our community. Sarah Zier of Clearwater Credit Union. And Clearwater Credit Union is the entity that would be providing that economic empowerment with the financial classes. She said, I think the work you are all doing is incredibly impactful. Not only are you wanting to acquire the property and rehab it, but you are also looking to connect folks with the community resources. Those tenants don't know how fortunate they are to have someone looking out for them. And then from Bighorn County Board of Commissioners, we have the rehabilitation of the 24-unit apartments will result in significant improvements in the living conditions of the tenants and ensure that the units will continue to provide much needed affordable housing in Hardin. Thank you. Next slide, please. And lastly, we would like to note that Hardin Senior Housing excels in Montana housing criteria by the way of rehabilitation of existing rental stock, the need for affordable housing in the community, being in a rural community, income levels targeted, 75% of units at 50% AMI and below, with rental assistance limiting the use of income to 30%. We are a nonprofit owner and developer with experience, substantial energy initiatives with the use of solar, efficient appliances and insulation, outstanding experienced management, tremendous community support, financial education opportunity, USDA funding and rental assistance ensures operational stability with efficient use of tax credits. Next slide, please. And that's all I have for you today. On behalf of the City of Hardin and American Covenant Senior Housing Foundation, we thank you for your time and consideration. I pray you have a great rest of your day. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any public comments or questions on Hardin Senior Housing?
Seeing none, Madam Chair.
Let's move on to board discussion in housing. Are there any questions for the developers on Hardin Senior Housing?
Madam Chair, I'm just curious, from the beginning slides that you showed, it appeared that some of those, that perhaps, are residents occupying them now? It looked like they were maybe not in the condition that if they're even occupied currently.
It is, the last number that I reviewed was at 88% occupancy.
Thank you.
Yes, you're welcome.
So, thank you. Further questions for the developer?
Madam Chair. With 46% of your occupants being American Indian, do you guys have support from the local tribes?
So the occupants are not necessarily 46%. That is of the whole population of Hardin, the city of Hardin.
Okay.
Population is 4,000, but we have had much community support, even from the churches. Local churches have been involved.
Thank you.
But did you not, Rachel, did you not ask about, is the tribe supporting it?
Yeah.
I don't know that answer. I mean. Okay.
With that community being a large population of American Indians, do you guys work closely with the tribes, promoting culture, those type of things within these senior living communities?
No,
There's referral services.
there's referral services. There have been discussions, but nothing official.
Madam Chair, I have a question for the developer as well, and for both projects, this one and the prior one. When is the end date of the existing project-based rental assistance, as far as when is it scheduled to time out and at risk of going to market?
The first project is section 8, and I believe it is 32. We will renew that contract for a 20-year. The Hardin project is a USDA base, and it'll follow with the assumption of the 515. USDA is renewed annually, but is project based, and it's anticipated it will continue. If I could answer the question relative to relationship with Native American communities, both the Crow and the Northern Cheyenne. Northern Cheyenne has submitted communication on this, approving the project. And we also have the 8 churches that support Native Americans in that area giving us a letter.
Further questions? Thank you for your answers. Who's the current owner, please?
An LLC, I believe it's Hardin LLC, but it's the owner of that is Peter Gerard from St. Cloud.
So for both of these projects, perhaps you could address the danger of them moving to the private market.
The danger in Troy is that it would not be sustained. It has to be a supported project. The income levels there would not allow it to be a private market project. And I believe the same thing in Hardin. Even under subsidy, it hasn't been maintained appropriately. And I don't believe the market rate would do any better. It requires over $3 million of improvements just to have it sustained as occupied.
Further questions? Let's move on to Midtown, 9% Blue Line Development.
Good morning, I'm Dave Richmond with Blue Line Development, and I haven't presented to the board in quite a while. I think Sheila and Jeanette are the only two that I remember from my past presentations. Blue Line, I'll give a little bit about Blue Line first. Blue Line has hit a milestone. As of yesterday, we turned 14. 14 years ago yesterday, Kelly Gill and I started the company. It was just the two of us working out of the front room of my house. We had one assistant that was my Black Lab Bojangles, who's unfortunately no longer with us. And today we have now grown to have 70 employees. And in those 14 years, we've developed over 3,500 units of affordable housing. And with a total development cost of just over $1 billion. So we've done quite a bit. We set out to have it just be the two of us and thought that's how we would continue, but that wasn't the case. We've grown exponentially and have since started Blue Line Property Management to manage our own properties, and also Blue Line Construction. We just finished our 3rd construction project as the general contractor. That allows us to help control costs and keep our initial budget fluid or constant throughout the project. With bidding it out, we found that we had way too much unknown happening throughout these developments. Missoula Midtown 9, and that's just a working name. We'll come up with a better, clever name, I think, moving here, is a project that I've been working on personally for about 3 years. I am presenting today not because I drew the short straw, but because this has sort of been a love of mine and something I've been working with the city of Missoula and with other local partners on for about 3 years to try to make this happen. You might remember we had a 4% deal that came in a couple years ago via application. That's part of this. This is a 4/9/20 deal. And so I'll talk a little bit more about that in a bit. We can go to the next slide here. So the 9% component is 30 units in Midtown Missoula. The 4% is 170 units, and that is over in the West Broadway area of Missoula. And that's the component that you had seen once before, is a 4% with the various economic factors that have changed in the last several years, interest rates, tax credit pricing down. That was no longer feasible. So we're looking at how we can maximize the 9% credit to provide the most units. One thing that's not on here that is that this is also part of a workforce housing deal that we have had before the board for Gold Trust money called Casa Loma. So in addition to the 200 affordable units, we'll have 38 units of workforce housing that'll all be at or below 120% of AMI. So with this 9% allocation, it's sort of lighting off and lighting the fuse to provide 238 units of affordable housing in Missoula. Next slide, please. So this talks a little bit about the leveraging that I just spoke about. That's one thing that's really important to me with a finite resource that tax credits are. We're able to leverage this 9% credit into 238 units in a market that has a considerable need for affordable housing. We will be requesting some other local sources, state sources as we get through the project and with the full application. We'll provide those at that time, but we're really excited about moving the needle in Missoula once again on affordable housing, both low income and also workforce that has really been difficult to target. Next slide, please. You have all the information. I won't read all these aloud, but this is our AMI targeting. I think we average with 9%. Our average AMI would be about 53%. So we range from 40 to 60. With the 4% deal, we'll do income averaging and probably get up to the 80% level, or start 70% level, just to reach some markets outside of the typical tax credit households. And then with the Casa Loma project, as I said, we'll be up to 120% AMI, with some of those at 80% AMI as well. Next slide, please. So this is the location of the Missoula Midtown 9, as we're calling it now. You can see the green block in the middle there. Those that have traveled Missoula frequently probably know that angle road that goes up through there is the wonky fix for what was called Malfunction Junction. Back when they fixed that, they did not have the options of doing traffic circles and roundabouts. So now the preferred method to fix that would be a roundabout. So we have since taken that through the state, and that angular road has been abandoned. So that will be one large, little over 2 acre block. And at the corner and this would be the southwest corner of which is South Avenue and Stevens Avenue will be a new roundabout. And that would be the fix for getting people back up to Sussex and on Brooks. Next slide, please. So this is the 4% location. It's off of Russell and West Broadway. And this deal, why it's taken 3 years, not because we're incompetent, but there's a lot of moving pieces. There's currently a business located there, and that business will be relocating. They're very interested in being a part of the solution, the housing solution in Missoula. They've agreed to relocate their business, their shop, and their yard to a new location. We have a partner in the 4% deal that is doing a land swap to facilitate that relocation. And we do have a purchase option on that property as part of that structure. Next slide, please. This is the community need. I'm not going to read all of these aloud because I think one constant we'll hear today is the community need in every community in Montana. That's nothing that's going to change no matter where you are. We have a housing shortage in the state and a housing affordability issue in the state, whether you're in Troy or Hardin or Missoula or Bozeman. It's consistent across the board. And I don't envy the position you're in having to decide because there's a great need in every community in the state. As you see, Missoula is continuing to grow and projected to continue to grow. I've seen some figures that say by, I think it was 2034, they anticipate there being a need for as many as another, I think 13,000 housing units in Missoula, and we're already behind. So no, this is just gonna help us catch up, not get to where we need to be. You can see what median home prices have done. I think pre-COVID, that median home price was in the 280 range. Now we're up to 560. And you're hard pressed to find a home for 560. Next, please. local partnerships. So we've been working with the city of Missoula, Missoula Redevelopment Agency on this development for several years. The 4-9 meets the priorities established in Missoula's housing plan, making Missoula home. The city of Missoula has taken steps to incentivize affordable housing. They've established density bonuses, expedited plan reviews, and direct investments. They're also currently going through a complete code rewrite in Missoula and the zone to change the zoning code and facilitate additional affordable housing development. So I think we're taking steps in the right direction in Missoula, but we still have a ways to go. Next slide, please. This is just a rendering. In this rendering right on the corner, what you would see would be the Casa Loma 38 unit workforce housing project. On the far side of the lot would be the 9% tax credit project. So we're really excited about offering sort of a large scale of income levels on one property. Next slide, please. Well, I guess we're done. So I think that, like I said, that what excites me the most about this project is the ability to leverage this 9% credit and provide 238 new affordable homes in Missoula. I think it's an opportunity that we can't often find in the state. We've done several 4-9 deals in other states, so we're accustomed to working with them and been successful in closing 4-9 deals, which can be very complicated. And with that, I'd like to introduce Julie Lacey from the Missoula Economic Partnership. She's online and I believe has a few things to say.
All right, we'll move to public comment.
Hi. Oh,
Yeah.
can you hear me?
Right, that's.
Yes, we can hear you, Julie.
Go ahead.
Okay. Thank you, Nate, for the invitation to speak today. I'm Julie Lacey, Economic Development Director with the Missoula Economic Partnership, or MEP. I'm here today to speak to this project as it relates to economic development in Missoula. Missoula faces a significant housing shortage, particularly for lower income families. Programs like LIHTC and this Missoula Midtown project aim to address this gap by supporting the construction of affordable housing units. This project adds a supply of much needed unit types in a location well suited to individuals and families in a well-established, vibrant part of town. As it states in the Missoula Midtown Master Plan, affordable housing is essential to ensure that all residents, regardless of income, have access to safe and stable living conditions. This project addresses the housing shortage by promoting the development of affordable housing options in Midtown, an ideal execution of the master plan. MEP meets with business owners every day and knows affordable housing is essential for retaining and attracting skilled workers in Missoula. When employees can afford to live in the heart of Missoula, as this project allows, they're more likely to stay long-term, reducing turnover rates and associated costs to businesses. We continue to hear from businesses, large and small, how housing challenges limit their ability to find and retain employees. It ranges from the hospital's challenges in recruiting staff, the school district struggles to retain teachers, and manufacturers' challenges to remain at capacity. Missoula needs more unit types of all housing, and projects such as this, which bring much needed affordable units, stimulate economic growth and community development. We have been aware of this project as it has developed and evolved to what it is today. It provides a much needed housing product and leverages critical resources to deliver what the community needs at a critical time. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. Your support will help build a stronger, more resilient Missoula. Thank you.
Further public comments?
Looks like you're going in the back of the room.
Go ahead.
Do I come up or you talk loud? I'll talk loud.
Okay. My name is Mike Nugent. I serve on the Missoula City Council, and I am here today on behalf of the City of Missoula and the mayor to express our support for this project. In my professional capacity, I'm also a real estate broker for a statewide company across Montana, so I'm very familiar with the housing crunch across Montana and the needs for solutions in every part of the market. And so this is one of the puzzle pieces that we as a city are excited about. Missoula is almost 800 units behind where we need to be in this kind of AMI bracket to kind of be normal, I guess would be the word, which seems daunting, but we appreciate Nate and his team at Blue Line, for working with the city and other community partners on this project, to try and solve as many different problems as we can at one time. The other exciting thing about this is Nate mentioned we are doing a code reform where we just recently adopted a Midtown master plan and our growth policy in line with the new state laws that passed last session. And this project's right in the middle of town, so it's close to schools that already exist. It's close to infrastructure that's there. It's walkable to services, to grocery. And from a public servant standpoint, it's fun to see projects that can help more than one area, even if they're not things that the city oversees. This is actually in a school district full of very, I'll just say homes full of boomers that don't have children anymore, so the attendance numbers are dropping a little bit, but there's capacity there, and a project like this actually is really exciting because we can utilize some of the infrastructure that's already there. It fits our growth plan, and the city was really is excited to support this and takes you all for your time in the city.
Further public comment or discussion?
Madam Chair, I have a question for the developer. Your presentation indicated likely ask for home investment partnerships funding. Would that be an ask to the city of Missoula or to the state?
Likely it'd be to the city of Missoula. We're also working with the Missoula Redevelopment Agency to potentially look at some of the workforce housing through TIF, and also the Casa Loma project in the corner here that for the roundabout does have a $2.2 million TIF award to facilitate the development of that roundabout. So, if we are invited to go to full application, we'll take a look at all the other resources that might be. Right now, I feel like we've got a pretty good economic model that works. But a lot can change between now and next month, as we all know, with this world. So,
And assuming you guys would hold any business relocation, depending on if there were other federal fund sources that have requirements around business relocation.
yes. And it's a voluntary relocation. They're looking to move, so we're not forcing them out. And don't really anticipate any issues at this point.
Okay, thanks.
Board questions or discussion?
Madam Chair.
Okay.
I have a question about the roundabout.
Yes.
Was that planned prior to your project?
It was not. It was lit off by our acquisition of that site, which we had acquired it thinking we were going to do mostly market rate. They made the opportunity to do some affordable housing in Midtown, which there's not a lot of. And one of the exciting parts of that is we're starting to see a concentration of affordability in certain areas of Missoula, just because that's where the available land is. So to have a parcel this size open up in Midtown Missoula and be able to put affordable housing is exciting. But the roundabout was more driven by making this a developable site. The current public works director is pretty excited about it. I think when he was working for the private sector, he designed that cut through, and at the time said he wished he had the ability to do a roundabout. It just wasn't in the cards then, but not so. He's kind of excited about fixing what he perceives as sort of a past mistake by.
The only reason I asked is because roundabouts are very costly to build.
Yeah.
And so I was just wondering if that was conceptual prior to you acquiring this land.
I think it's something that they'd always wanted to see done.
Okay.
Yes, Mike.
Happy to speak that a little more. If we weren't abandoning the cut through on a lot to maximize the unit density, we would be pushing for a roundabout there. So they're tied together.
Any more questions from board? Board members? Walk me through, this was a 4% project, but the numbers didn't quite work, so we had to add in the 9%.
Yeah, so a couple of things happened there. One was, so we had a 4% project contemplated on the West Broadway site, and that was going to be 200 units. We also had a shelter component there. We were going to basically replace what was currently the Johnson Street shelter, which is a homeless shelter in Missoula. Since we had that application in, one thing that's happened is the city and the shelter operator have realized it's no longer financially feasible for them to operate that second shelter. And so that changed the dynamic of the project. And so with that, we also realized, okay, we're losing the shelter component. We're now whittled that land down a little bit so we could fit 170 units on it. And with the current economics with interest rates up and what we're seeing with tax credit pricing, 2 years ago, we were seeing pricing in the mid to high 90s. Now, today, you're lucky to get high 70s. It's just, we had to retool the project to make it financially feasible.
So that project's not under construction, the 4% part?
No, it's not.
This is all brand new.
Yeah, this is all new. It's just, we basically had to just revamp our previous application and come up with a model that worked under today's current economic times.
Further questions? Thank you.
Thank you.
We'll move on to Prior Creek Apartments. Greystoke, social impact.
Yeah. Yeah. I did already. It's good. I got mine on. I'll just give you a 2-minute warning if you want.
Okay, hopefully I'm good. All right, we'll find out. Hello, everyone. I'm Corey Checkitts, president of Greystoke Social Impact. I'm joined here today with my business partner, Gray Cornell. I'm incredibly grateful and blessed to be here today to pitch our proposal, Prior Creek Apartments, to be located in Billings. We have a tremendous amount of respect for everyone in this room, from the board to the other community stakeholders, lenders, investors, as well as the other developers in the room that will be pitching their proposal. And I don't envy the position of the board. You have some difficult decisions to make as you look to narrow down the field to 8 for a full application. So anyways, I wanted to take a quick moment, give my thanks to everyone for their energy, efforts, and support of our shared vision of providing safe, sanitary, and quality affordable housing options for everyone. Gray and I will tag team this presentation today, so I'll go ahead and give a moment for Gray to give a brief intro about
Yeah, good morning, Madam Chair and members of the board. Gray Cornell. My family lives out in Fort Smith, Montana, so grew up driving into Billings for grocery supplies, if not Hardin. I love the city of Billings. I love the community. I'm so excited to be here to present the project. I haven't been able to sleep the past 30 nights, just so excited to be here. So thank you very much for having us.
Yeah, so myself, I grew up in Boise, Idaho, born and raised. And as an Idaho native, I've witnessed firsthand the unsettling trend of the evaporation of affordable housing facing Idaho, but also the Intermountain West, right? And I probably don't need to tell this room a modern history lesson, but we've had a buildup of prolonged lower rate environment for a very long time, and then we moved into an inflationary environment. And the most recent cost environment, which we all know of, because each year the amount of credits, per project is going up, and each project is facing significant production challenges. And then add to that, the past 3 years, we've been in a higher for longer rate environment, and Nate talked also about the credit pricing going down over the last couple of years. And then couple that with what seems like years of substantial daily market volatility across the economy, right? Making it very difficult for us to predict, plan, to execute. All of these items would be bad enough by themselves, but as I alluded to, the Intermountain West has seen tremendous demographic and migratory shifts over the past 5 years. And I think that's best illustrated by US Census data. From 2020 to 2022, Montana experienced 40,000 new residents, but only 8,700 new housing units. So we're seeing massive inbound migration, and that's creating significant strain on housing units. And in many of our communities, first-time home buyers are competing with Wall Street and speculative investors for entry-level homes, which is making home ownership just ultimately unattainable. So with that said, I want us to give a brief overview of our project. So if you go to the next slide. No problem. So here's our project. It's located off of 522 Jackie Lane in Billings, Montana. We're proposing a family project, construction schedule, assuming we move forward to full application and are fortunate enough to receive an allocation. We would target closing towards the end of Q1, sometime Q2 2026, anticipating a 12 to 15 month construction build. Just to be conservative. Just a snapshot on market need. According to our market study, there are 1,700 affordable housing units needed in the 0 to 60% AMI level, and there's only 190 new LIHTC projects planned for Billings. Our proposal represents a 0.5% penetration rate, which reflects minimal competition and very strong demand, which we believe will ensure full occupancy as well as a very quick lease-up period. If you could go to the next slide. So this is a snapshot of where our project is located. The site is centrally located in the heart of the Billings Heights neighborhood. It's a prominent neighborhood located in the northeastern part of Billings, Montana. It's known for its blend of suburban tranquility and urban accessibility. The neighborhood has evolved over the years into a family-friendly community with a rich history and diverse amenities. At this site, we're proposing 24-unit residential building with a detached community building. The proposal will consist of 18 two-bedrooms and 6 3-bedroom units. The site is in close proximity to several key community amenities: Walmart, Walgreens, public transportation stops, schools, Bitterroot, Beartooth Elementary, and Medicine Crow Middle School are in close proximity. All of what I've listed is less than a half a mile away from the site. Why Billings? And maybe I'll give a moment for Gray to talk a little bit about Billings Heights and Billings in general.
Certainly. So my sister actually lives in the Heights. She works for the Billings Fire Department. I've spent a bunch of times in this particular node of town because I grew up going to Billings Bulls hockey when they used to play in the old arena up there. And also, Metro Park for the Billings Outlaws games. I spent a ton of time fishing at Lake Elmo. A lot of the local stakeholders that we've engaged in this project have a lot of ties to the Heights, particularly the Veterans Navigation Network. We chose the Heights because, if you think about Billings, there's really 2 main retail nodes that have kind of grown out. There's the West End, which has gotten really, really expensive and nice. And it's, there's a Walmart that's closer on the west side, but the only other Target, Walmart, and other major retail is here in the Heights. And so we're a big believer in this neighborhood, this community. And that's really why we really tried to focus specifically on the Heights. But yeah, so my sister lives in Billings, like I mentioned, and I grew up in the city. My brother has been a teacher in Montana for a long time, so I've seen him firsthand struggle with some of the affordability components for housing. And so we chose Billings for a reason, and we felt like because of our love of the city, the love of the community, and some of the local stakeholders, that we really wanted to bring our attention to Billings and specifically the Heights.
Do you have a map that actually shows us the site, or can you point it out on this if you don't have a different map?
I didn't include one in the presentation.
We can.
I can haul one up.
It's right next to the Shiptons. Yeah. Yeah, so it's gonna be on the
west side
of Maine. So Walmart sits right on the right side, so you just walk across, it's a close walk. Walgreens Pharmacy is also on the east side. So we have Shiptons, which is just adjacent to the parcel, just on the north side.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome. Then just to highlight some additional data points, from 2018 to 2023, Billings median home prices rose 51%. We're currently at between 350 and 400,000. And there's a well-documented supply gap with annual production deficit of over 1,300 units per year. There's a cumulative estimated shortage of 10,000 housing units facing Billings right now. I already highlighted, according to our market study, Billings has less than 2% vacancy. According to our market study, there was 5,700 new units needed of rental housing. And as Gray alluded to, we're a data-driven team. Our focus on Billings is for the reasons: the compelling and growing need, The troubling housing situation in Billings is only accelerating. And the second point for why we focused on Billings is certainty of execution. We have a deep bench of quality skilled subcontractors, subcontractors, and vendors who are eager to work on the project, and we're confident in our ability to deliver the project on time and take a conservative approach, and have been taking a conservative approach in our underwriting. We would anticipate refining that if given the opportunity to go to full application, and make sure that we put forward our best foot forward and put forward the best proposal we can. And then the third reason is outpouring community support, which we'll touch on in a moment. Next slide. So this is a highlight of our schedule, which I alluded to before. We're at the first part, which is letter of intent. Then the next steps, full application, award notice, anticipated closing, and completion. Next slide. And I've already touched on a lot of this, but on the left, for affordability, our average affordability on this project is just over 52%, 79% are at or below 50% as presented in our LOI submission. That being said, I do want to emphasize that one of the things that we would look to do if we're able to go forward to full application is try to dedicate some additional units to 30% AMIs, likely moving them from the 60% if we're able to, either through some form of rental assistance or even developer sponsor rental assistance. So that's, and part of the reason for our hesitancy is to ensure feasibility. And we also want to look at the data given to us from market study. On the right, I've already mentioned this, in discussions with Patty Webster with Homefront, there's over 8,000 people on their overall waiting list for Billings, 3,300 on their vouchers. Patty reported 1,000 households are seeking 2-bedroom units, and 260 households are seeking 3-bedroom affordable units. Next slide, please. This is a snapshot of sort of overall market affordability. So obviously by unit type, AMI level, net rents, market rent as included in our market study, though we have reasons to think in some parts of town, West End in particular, that market rent is much higher. And then those are estimated costs of mortgage for Billings based on either a $350,000 home or a $400,000 home at today's rates, insurance and tax estimates. Next slide. This is initial rendering of the 24 unit building design that we will be looking to put into the project. Next slide. And then this would be the clubhouse rendering. Next slide, please. 2 and 3-bedroom units respectively. That's this presentation. I'm not gonna spend a lot of time on this. This is in the packet. Next slide, please. So yeah, let's talk about community support, and I'll turn it over a little bit to.
Yeah, so it's hard not to talk about a project when you're so excited and getting other people excited about the potential project. Really the thesis here was really just listen to a lot of the community stakeholders to hear what they had to say for their individual organizations. So CASA, which is Court Appointed Special Advocate, they've got a really big issue right now, placing foster parents and their children in housing, among others. They've been a great supporter so far through the process and have helped connect us with a lot of other folks in Billings that might want to collaborate on the project. Mayor Cole has been excellent. He wrote a wonderful letter of support that we're very grateful for. Veterans Upward Bound and Veterans Navigation Network, both of them, we really just wanted to understand outside of the VASH program what type of housing solutions that they're able to provide to their for their veteran community. And you know, one thing that's very admirable about Billings in particular is that like I've never seen such a great infrastructure for veteran support in terms of, you know, other services. Veterans Navigation Network's really awesome. And then Big Sky Economic Development, they've been very supportive of the project. So our goal has been mostly just, you know, listen to the community, understand their needs. The Veterans Navigation Network, they actually live pretty close to the site down the street. And that's also what helped drove us to this site.
2 minutes. Okay. We were also fortunate enough to receive a support letter for Representative Troy Downing, US Congress member, and he wrote a
The project's targeted support for households earning 0 to 60% area median income will directly benefit families in the child welfare system and veterans struggling to find safe and stable housing. These efforts reflect a deep commitment to serving vulnerable Montanans with dignity. And great job, Gray, on highlighting various community support. Next slide, please. So about us. So I've dedicated my professional career to doing affordable housing. I've been blessed to have worked previously for two very prominent Boise-based affordable housing developers. I've been involved with development of over 8 projects located in 4 states of over 400 apartment units. Fortunate enough to meet Gray and our partnership, we've acquired 10 affordable housing communities for preservation purposes, extended use period projects where we're investing capital to keep and preserve the units. Those 10 properties are just over 420 units, and they're located in Montana, Idaho, South Dakota, and Wyoming. Sorry, said 2 minutes, so here we go. Pressure's on. So this opportunity gives the board a very unique and exciting opportunity. And we're obviously not alone in urging you to allow us the chance to move forward for full application. This gives you an opportunity to invest in the next generation of affordable housing developers by investing in an experienced team with long-term aspirations in the state of Montana. And with that, I would thank you all for your time and ask if there are any questions.
Thank you both. Is there comments from the public, comments or questions regarding the Briar Creek Apartments?
Seeing none online, Madam Chair.
Okay, and seeing none in the room, we'll move to the board discussion and questions. Questions from the board?
What is on the property today?
Yeah, so it's being currently used, it's vacant land. The owner is an individual in Billings and he's got 3 trucks that he's storing on the site, but it's currently vacant, no use.
And one other thing to add, we have site control through opened escrow, and the extended escrow period coincides with the anticipated closing date if we're awarded. So we wouldn't have any issues with having to go back and amend the PSA or anything like that, so.
Question from my manager, question, is the owner, selling the land to you? Do you have an agreement? Is he gifting it to somebody?
Selling it to us, yes.
Selling.
Yes.
Further questions? I'd like to know where in Montana the preservation extended use projects.
Yeah, so we acquired 2 properties, one in Dillon and one in Anaconda, that were developed in the early 2000s, Snowcrest in Georgia.
And what status are those now? They're done and?
No, they're still, I don't have the regulatory agreements in front of me, so I apologize, but I believe there's somewhere between 8 or so years left. Our intent would be to prolong the affordability, but we've put money back into the assets to keep them well maintained. As they get to the end of the affordable life, you know, we would look to maybe couple them with some other assets, maybe potentially try to do a scattered site, you know, deal on those, but we still have time to kind of come up with that next step.
So just for my clarity, you own and operate those?
Correct.
Okay. Further questions from the board? Thank you very much.
Thank you for your time.
So the chair declares it's time for a bio break, so let's plan on coming back at 10 o'clock. Presentation with Chief Mountain Residences Boundary Development.
We resumed recording. Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, the board and everybody for your time that you guys spent in making sure we have affordable solutions in the state of Montana. We're presenting Sheep Mountain Residences. This is in Park County in Livingston, Montana. The project's being presented by Mountain View Development, myself, Crosby Branch, and Bill Walker, founders, and Catherine Daly, who is also a partner in the project HRDC. Next slide, please. So I guess the first thing we want to address is like, why do we choose Livingston and why do we want to do this now? I've been a community member in Livingston since the late 1990s. In the past 25 years, just like every other place in Montana, we've seen ample change in the community and the housing, people coming, to our markets. Yellowstone is, the north entrance is right there outside of, Livingston. It's a gateway there. We've seen 15% increase in park tourism since then. The main thing that's created is a hospitality boom. We've seen new, resorts get set up called, Sage Lodge, Chico's growing, group called, Under Canvas just set up. All these guys provide hundreds of employees to the area. Housing's gotten really tight, so what they've started doing is now, doing master leases or buying housing there, which has caused significant strain on the local community. Additionally, you get with the increase in tourism, you get second home buyers, which is also taking rental units out of the market. So since the last 2019, which is the last LIHTC project, which was awarded in Livingston, you've just seen a significant strain on the rental housing being available. Additionally, not only housing and tourism and hospitality, we have Livingston's kind of become a regional hub for a lot of rural areas. This includes the Shields Valley. This includes Gardner. This includes Bozeman. People are now moving out of Bozeman to go there. We now have the Whitefish mine, White Sulphur Springs mine, which we think this will also be a housing hub for. So while this project is very important to Livingston, we also think it's very important to the rural communities outside of Livingston that also supports as a major housing hub. Housing costs, just like in Montana, you've seen kind of go up 72% since 2019, which is the last LIHTC product award. The median housing is now almost, it's over $500,000 for housing. Your carry cost for that housing is $3,000 a month. And then an average one bedroom unit in Bozeman is $1,400 a month. In Livingston. So, in Livingston's $1,400 a month, and then the average home's over $2,000, which you get up to measure size. So, our big reason why Livingston, why now, we just continue to see issues there with housing availability. You see similar building costs in the Gallatin County, Big Sky region, which is our same subcontractor markets are getting there. Housing getting more expensive. You're seeing people flood over to new areas to Livingston to try to, find alternative support for housing. And there's 0% vacancy rates there for all LIHTC projects. And this project, we're requesting 48 units. We're building 48 units. It'll be a twin project, 24, 9%, 24, 4%. And in the last decade, there's only been less than 125 units built there. So this would increase the supply by 40% in the area.
Next slide. Yeah, and just to add to that, part of the problem in Livingston, there's not a subcontractor base there. So all the subs are coming from Bozeman. And the rents are lower in Livingston, although they're too high for the average income there. And so you have this problem where there's no market rate housing getting built, and there's not going to be any getting built for the foreseeable future. There's one project on their QD now, but it's just a market rate doesn't work. So you can't relieve the pricing pressure through overbuilding, like some communities are able to do. So that's an issue in a lot of markets, but it's especially potent here given how much costs have gone up in Bozeman. So I'm just going to give an overview of the kind of how we structured the building and the request to the state. So it's 48 units and it's a 1 acre site. It's about 1.5 miles from downtown Livingston. It's a flat site and the zoning allows 48 units. And so our goal was to make sure we got to 48, maximize the density. But we wanted to minimize the ask on the 9% given the limited resources. And so we structured it as a 4-9. And so 24 in the 4, 24 in the 9. And by doing so, we were able to decrease the ask from 8.5 to 6.7. So we're trying to give back as many resources as possible while still max our density on the site. And if we had looked at it alternatively and tried to do an all 9%, we could have gotten to like 30 or 32 units of 9%, but the rest of it's too small to do a 4%. You to get the tax and bonds, in a tax credit investor, a reasonable number, you can't go lower than 20 units really. And so the 24 is where we ended up, we think, to kind of limit the resource on the 9, get to the max density. Our total development cost is $12.65 million. That's $263,000 per unit.
we're, as Crosby mentioned, we're building this in joint venture with HRDC. HRDC manages 5 properties already in Livingston, in addition to a lot in Gallatin Valley. They've got 0% vacancy across their 5 buildings that they manage, includes some senior and family. They're really a great partner for us. We're doing our project in Bozeman together with them, where we were here 2 years ago, and received a 9% allocation. They're part of the, they're very integrated with the city, in kind of pushing forward housing initiatives, within the city. Looking at our AMIs, we have 17 at 50, and we have 31 at 60. We focused more on 1 bedrooms here, which was an intentional decision, given if looking at the population of Livingston, there's 2.3 single family households for every studio 1 bedroom unit. So there's less units compared to single family households. So the market's undersupplied. So if you want to go find a 1 bedroom, there's nothing to find. So we have 32 1 bedrooms, and then we have some 2s and 3s. We have 12 2s and 4 3s. And then we also like doing the more 1 bedroom. While this is not a senior project, we think that the 1 bedroom unit is naturally a better fit for an aging population, and Livingston does have an aging population. And so we think it's a family project, but we think it kind of covers both bases.
And you're seeing the senior population get a lot of displacement in Livingston as well, just based on, moving from large properties and branches and going and trying to find a place to live, and then all the turnover of rental product between housing solutions, new businesses needing places. So 1 bedroom we've talked, and we did this wasn't just us going through, we talked actively with the community. We talked with the city officials, and we talked with HRDC to really try to figure out how to design this building for what the community needed, not what really we wanted to build. We wanted to make sure it fit the local residents and what the communities want.
And just in terms of the building, we have some amenities on site. We'll have bike storage, we'll have a community room, the site will have great views of the mountains. It's kind of set up on a hill. It's a flat site, but it's set above the city. We're going to integrate all the sustainability measures that the QAP outlines. We're also going to have solar panels, which we're doing on our project in Bozeman. And we're seeking to make an agreement with Wind Rider Transit to have a bus stop service that takes you from the site to downtown.
They're the local nonprofit that supports all the bus routes in town. So we're working with them to add a stop to our location, just add economics, environmental sustainability to the project, and a lot of these residents have that. There you go.
So looking at the location, the circle is a 1.5 mile radius. Site's located here, so it's just north of town. It's a 1.5 miles basically to downtown. There's a hospital. You have schools within this 1.5 mile radius. And then really the most interesting thing about the location is there's a state-of-the-art wellness center that's privately funded, that's getting built approximately 0.4 miles from the site, so you can walk from the site. The wellness center, it's a $30 million facility, all privately funded, and it's going to be free to the public. So it's free to our residents. It has a basketball court, indoor running track, swimming pool, and a new park. And so like when we think about our site and having that as a free amenity right next to the site, it's honestly probably a better amenity than being right downtown. So we're super excited about that. Next slide, please.
And additionally on that, they're also going to have a lot of mental health wellness stuff. It's not just physical, but it's also mental for the community, and kids programs and stuff for just daily life.
So I think, amongst the projects, I think we have one of the lowest cost per unit overall cost. And, building in Montana is hard. Building near Bozeman is very difficult. And so at the start of the design process, which we did in our Bozeman project and we're doing here, we really work with the architect and the general contractor like day one before we start designing anything. And we try and make smart decisions on design as we go in, from day one forward. And so we did this with Bozeman project. We've applied a lot of the lessons here, and we've developed kind of cost efficient design standards. And this kind of outlines what some of those are. Number one is we standardize all the kitchen and the baths. So you basically have the same kitchen, same bath in every unit. You have shared stacked plumbing walls. in every unit. All of the room sizes are on 2-foot modules. To eliminate material waste, no spans over 14 feet. And we try and, standardize these units, but we want them to be livable with, good living rooms, good bedrooms. As efficient as they can be, but also livable. And storage is important in Montana as well, the extra storage on the site, we also have storage in the units. None of this is rocket science, but it's important to do it right from day one, and I think we save, we built our project in Bozeman under 200 a foot, and we've seen a lot of other projects at 250 a foot, so. I think it, goes a long way. And this project, we've actually gone through schematic design on this building, and we budgeted the project, and that budget is what's included in our numbers here. Next slide, please. This is the project I've been mentioning in Bozeman. Just wanted to highlight here. So when we applied to the board in 2023, it was a 40-unit project. As we got into design and budgeting, we were able to increase the project from 40 units to 46 units. And then subsequently, we entered into a public-private partnership with the city of Bozeman, and we acquired the site next door. They gave us some funding, and we added another 50 units at 80% of AMI. So we turned a 40-unit project into a 96-unit project, which will be open next year. And we're, you go to the next slide, please.
Well, I think on this too, just real quick, I think one thing we're really adamant about is when we create our affordable projects, we want them to like not only be livable from the inside, but also feel livable from the outside. So we're like, we don't want people to feel like they're living in community housing, right? We want them to feel like they're a member of the community, they're living in a proper, like, very nice apartment. Our units are average 700 square feet, which is very livable. The exterior design, we think, is a little like newer and looks like nice and kind of feels like an up and modern building. I think that's very like kind of our core ethos of our company is making sure we're building affordable. It doesn't have to feel affordable, and it doesn't have to live affordable.
So kind of one of the reasons we wanted to highlight that project is we're planning to, that project was a lot of work to get off the ground. It was a 4.9 as well. There's a lot of brain damage that goes into structuring those. I think our legal costs for our tax credit investor were almost $300,000 for 46 units. And so there's a lot that goes into it. And for this project, we'd like to basically take the same team that we use there, which I think just gives increases our certainty of execution. 2 minutes. And so we have the same architect. It's HRDC and Boundary. Glacier Bank is our anticipated lender here, and US Bank is our anticipated tax credit investor. Same team as Bozeman. Our schedule is we're under contract now. We're closing on the site this week, and we'd like to start construction as soon as possible after full award if we are lucky enough to be awarded, and then open in September 27. Next slide, please.
Yeah, this site, like I've been scouring Livingston for the last 3.5 years trying to find a site. They're extremely hard to find based on zoning, size, location in town. And this site was originally priced 3 years ago at $2.3 million. We now are in a contract for $550,000. The motivated seller is like extremely motivated to get this sold. He gave us been negotiating since December on this, trying to get under contract. We had to put substantial hard money down to lock this up because he didn't want to take off the market. He wants the capital up now. He's unwilling to negotiate on any extension for us. It's an R3 zone, which is the best zoning we can have in this type of project in Livingston. And the location with the wellness center, we think is just going to like increase the value of all this land around it. So we just think this area is also in a QCT, which allows the 9% versus the 4% to work financially. So and that QCD was just established last year. So we think over time, like these lands are just really hard. We don't see them like any more opportunities like this really coming available based on the search we've been doing. We've searched on market, off market, looked at pretty much every piece of land in town to try to do this. And it took us 3 years to find the site.
Could you go to the next slide, please? So there's a few people here who will speak, but we've been meeting with the community for the last several months in anticipation of today. And have support from these folks.
So this supports is everything from city officials to local residents. We went really through the full stack and making sure we understand the community's needs, just the things important is understanding support from the city. That's really kind of ethos to everything we do. Where we stage our product.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you. I think we have some public comments.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hi, good morning. My name is Catherine Daly. I'm the Park County Housing Coalition Program Manager with HRDC. It's my pleasure being here with you today from Livingston. I just want to share a little bit about what HRDC does in the community and what we're seeing the need is and how this project meets that need. HRDC manages nearly 500 units in Park, Mar, and Gallatin counties, which are our service area. In Livingston, we manage 143 rentals across 5 buildings. And we maintain a close connection with our community through our Livingston office and the Park County Housing Coalition, which I'm in charge of overseeing. And that's an effort to bring diverse community stakeholders together, including those that submitted letters of support for today's project, to not only get rental projects off the ground for specific income targets, but help people climb up the housing ladder to achieve their housing goals in our community. I just want to note that the fastest growing sector in Livingston is retail trade. And the average annual income of someone working in that industry for a single person household is 50% AMI, according to the most recent Bureau of Labor Statistics that I have, data that I have available. Livingston has long been a reservoir of rental housing for the entire county, but we haven't been keeping pace with demand, and we've been actually seeing loss of some of those residences in certain neighborhoods. A recent estimate from our downtown master planning study suggests that there's a need for 85 new residences per year for the next 10 years to keep up with that demand. I just want to note that this development reflects our need not only for housing, but for economic development because of that connection with our local economy. And it has health impacts. As Hannah Wologo, who's the community health coordinator for our local health nonprofit Live Well 49, and with Livingston Healthcare, our local rural critical access hospital, noted, housing is a key indicator of health equity outcomes. And when you have it in, when you have housing that's affordable to its residents, that's located in a neighborhood like this one, that's adjacent to this really amazing amenity, where people can stay long term, and it has measurable benefits on their health outcomes. Lastly, I just wanted to note that this could also have a meaningful impact on seniors in our community. People aged 50 and older make up 40% of our Park County residents. So as we see more and more people graduate into their golden years, we need to see housing that is of the right size and is accessible to them, so that there's mobility in housing markets. People moving through housing, they want to access at all ages and stages of life. Thank you very much.
Thanks.
Further comments from the public?
Yeah.
Yes.
Morning, Chair, members of the board. My name is Grant Gager, and I'm the city manager in Livingston, Montana. And I appreciate your time this morning. Like many cities in western Montana, the city of Livingston is experiencing tremendous growth pressures, driven as was mentioned, not only by our proximity to Yellowstone National Park, but also our proximity to Bozeman. We are kind of caught between a literal rock and a hard place here in Livingston. And for all the reasons that Joan Crosby discussed, the creation of housing has proven to be very difficult in the city of Livingston. I've been city manager for 2.5 years. The city commission adopted a very housing focused growth policy in June of 2021. We are currently undergoing a revision of our zoning provisions of the municipal code. And we have really done almost everything that we can think of on the regulatory side to promote the development of housing. Unfortunately, in my 2.5 years, very little has been accomplished by the market. I have been working with Crosby and Joe, knowing them almost my entire time here in Livingston. This project, as they mentioned, is very well conceived. It meets the needs of the community. My team has been working with them a 1.5 years on this specific project, not at this location, but at other locations. And so, like I said, the city of Livingston is the support of this application, as we are the next application on Rise, trying to be redundant, but this one is in a fantastic location. It's got great infrastructure. It's very close to our wellness center. It's under construction. You want to come down, take a look at that. We open our doors in about 20 months or so. So again, thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Further comments in the room? Are there any comments on the phone from the public?
None, Madam Chair.
We'll move on to board discussion questions. Board members?
Madam Chair, I was curious and. Mile and a half is very walkable and really bikeable. Are there bike trails walking? What does the infrastructure look like into the neighborhood?
Yeah, the bus stop will go to your town, so that's one main thing, it will be biking, yeah, it's a small town, so like, are there set aside proper bike trails? Not as active as you probably imagine, but there are paths and it's very bikeable to and from town, which is why we will have in our structure in the twin buildings, one of them will be like a bike storage gear room that people can fill there.
Catherine,
Yeah.
she has some
Yeah.
If I may, the Livingston Trails and Active Transportation Plan specifies the extension of our bike network out to the proposed development location. So that is something that we are actively working on the city to recruit grant funding to build that out. We have some sidewalks in that area, but yeah, that's a key focus of our community right now. So we expect there to be active transportation options as well as our fair transit system with Ryder that serves that area.
Thank you.
Other question? Is this area already served with city water and sewer?
Yes, ma'am.
Any other questions from the board? With that, then, we thank you very much.
Thank you all.
For your efforts and application, and we'll move on to Riverstone Ridge.
We all get to listen to another Livingston proposal. I'm Jason Bowl with Blue Line Development. We're proposing the construction of Riverstone Ridge, a new construction 32 unit family development in Livingston. Next slide. I'm going to start with a little bit of background on Blue Line, and I think this is important because Blue Line is vertically integrated. This gives us a significant advantage with these developments in being successful from concept to operations. Blue Line Development was started in 2011 by Kelly Gill and Nate Richmond. Initially, Blue Line focused on consulting with nonprofit and housing authorities across Montana and mainly rural areas. Blue Line has completed 9% tax credit deals in Cut Bank, St. Regis, Crow Agency, and Big Sky. We've also consulted on larger projects in Missoula with the Bellagio and Trinity developments, both of which were 4% tax credit deals and both over 200 units. Over the years, Blue Line has expanded its footprint to neighboring states, and we've completed over 40 tax credit projects across Montana, Wyoming, the Dakotas, Colorado, Utah, and New Mexico. Blue Line has focused its efforts on providing housing in underserved areas across the Mountain West, and we have a proven track record of making these deals successful. Over the years, Blue Line has taken calculated steps to expand its business model in creating a construction and property management arm of the company. Blue Line Construction has successfully built Riverview Apartments in Big Sky, Liberty Square Apartments in Casper, and Sagebrush Flats in Rapid City. The most recent deal in Rapid City is 180 units, and that was completed on time and within budget. By incorporating the construction aspect under the Blue Line umbrella, it's provided numerous advantages from a budgetary and quality control perspective. Blue Line has also created a property management arm, and it currently manages about 1,300 units across 22 LIHTC properties. Blue Line Property Management has an excellent team of property management professionals, and we have about 45 employees currently. Having the property management division creates several advantages from compliance control, flexibility of management fees, institutional knowledge of funding related compliance requirements. I guess now I'll talk a little bit about our proposal. If we can go to the next slide, please. For the purposes of the primary market area, we're including all of Park County.
Riverstone Ridge will be a family development in Livingston. Park County and the city of Livingston, as was mentioned in the last presentation, has experienced steady growth from 2010 to 2024, with approximately 1.1% average annual growth rate. Furthermore, the future growth rate of Livingston and Park County is expected to outpace the state of Montana and the US. The mini market study also indicates that 97% of the renter households in the primary market area are comprised of four persons or less. And this renter household size data supports our proposed unit mix at Riverstone Ridge. Next slide, please. The mini market study Riverstone Ridge will provide a mix of one, 2, and 3 bedroom units. And we're marketing those to families with children and those making 50% AMI and 60% AMI. The development team may adjust the final AMI targeting based on the final market study analysis, but our intention is to meet the greatest need in the community. Our weighted average right now, as you can see, is 52.5%, and that's under the qualified, the maximum of the maximum identified and qualified allocation plan. We have 5 1-bedroom units, 16 2-bedroom units, and 11 3-bedroom units. 24 of those units are 50% AMI, and 8 of those units are at 60% AMI. The mini market study indicated a need for an additional 273 units just at our proposed AMI levels in household size. This need is reflective of the dramatic increases in the cost of home ownership in Livingston. The mini market study concluded that current listings in Livingston are 71% higher than they were just 2 years ago. Additionally, HUD rents have increased by 34.8% since 2021. And these cost increases are making it impossible for families to achieve home ownership, especially those that are rent burdened or paying 30% or more of their incomes towards rent. Next slide, thank you. The location of Riverstone Ridge is in an ideal location in Livingston. It's in central Livingston. It's located within walking distance of Washington School, which is a full-day pre-kindergarten and kindergarten for children that are 4 and 5-year-olds. This makes it an ideal location for working families with children. It's also located within walking distance of several public parks and in close proximity to grocery stores, healthcare, and employment opportunities. The site is currently zoned high-density residential or R3. As you may have heard from the last presentation, high-density residential zoning in Livingston is hard to find, especially one that's within walking distance of many amenities in the city and an infill site. The infrastructure, including site utilities, are also available and have capacity to serve the development. This is a preliminary rendering of Riverstone Ridge. The development will take advantage of outstanding views by providing each unit with a balcony. The development will also incorporate solar panels, like many other developments that are being proposed. We've found that when integrating solar panels, it can reduce kind of big utilities by up to 30 to 40%, depending on the exposure. We also include Energy Star rated appliances throughout the building, provide in-unit washers and dryers, and solid surface countertops, along with the children's play area. We're making these investments in the amenities, not just for marketability, but for the longevity of the project. Next slide, thank you. The city of Livingston is taking proactive steps to address the housing needs in the community.
In 2021, the city of Livingston established a growth policy that provides a guide for social, physical, and environmental growth. It also provides direction for prioritization of funding decisions for economic growth. In 2022, the city established a housing action plan, and that was implemented in 2023. The action plan's top priority is to provide affordable housing options to residents of Livingston and Park County. These policy initiatives are evidence that the city of Livingston is taking practical steps to encourage affordable housing development in the community. Next slide, please. I'd like to give just a brief overview of our financing and underwriting. The financial structure of Riverstone Ridge meets the underwriting requirements of the qualified allocation plan. Some highlights include a proposed debt service coverage ratio of 1.2, per unit operating expenses of about 6,200. And then our total project costs and total soft costs are below the limitations identified in the qualified allocation plan. One more in the capital stack. Right now, we're requesting 850,000 in annual credits. We do have 400,000 in home, although that could be absorbed by another funding source prior to a full application if we're invited to apply. We have an impact development fund that is tied to some of the solar initiatives that we're implementing on this development as well. Since the inception of this project, we've received an outpouring of local support, and I'd just like to highlight a few quotes from some of the letters that I believe are included in your board packets. Housing unavailability and unaffordability have become primary barriers to recruiting and retaining the staff necessary to provide the community with access to robust, high-quality healthcare needs. And that's Livingston Healthcare, Bruce Whitfield, and he's the CEO. I could not be more supportive of this development, having witnessed the dire need for affordable workforce housing in our community. Nearly all of our 50+ employees at the Hilton and Marriott hotels that we have developed and operate here in Livingston have faced difficulties associated with adequate and affordable housing in our town. And that's Douglas Braham with Divine Development Company. Affordable housing in Livingston and Park County is a significant problem that we have been facing for some time now. As I draft this letter, I'm looking at a letter of resignation I received only yesterday from one of my highest performing deputies that is being forced to leave my organization because he and his fiance are unable to make ends meet due to the high cost of rent, and that's Sheriff Brad Bishop. Riverstone Ridge will help meet the housing needs in the community, but it's not going to just provide housing. It's going to be a solid, sound, financially sound real estate transaction for the Board of Housing. And I just want to reemphasize the advantages that Blue Line has by having a property management arm, a construction arm, and a development arm under the same umbrella. We have the ability to easily communicate across companies and make business decisions in really challenging market conditions. And many of those decisions usually lead to cost savings for these projects. Thank you very much for your time. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
We have comments from the public.
Yep.
Please go ahead, come up.
Chair, members of the board, again, my name is Grant Gagers, the manager in Livingston. I will repeat everything I said, but suffice it to say this project is a fantastic project. The property owner, it sits on Full City Block. They're utilizing about the south third of the block or so. The property owner has developed affordable housing on the center part of the block, with future plans on the northern side of the block. It is located on Montana Street, which is an urban route. and, kind of anticipating some questions. Yes, there's great pedestrian connectivity. We also have great parks nearby as well. This project really is a dynamic one, and I couldn't be happier to support it on behalf of the city. So thank you for your consideration.
Further comments from the public? Anything? Okay. All right, let's move on to board questions or comments.
Sure, I have a quick question for the developer. One of the slides indicated that HUD rents had increased 34.8% since 2021 in Park County. Is that based on HUD's fair market rents? Do you know what measure you guys were using?
I believe it is, it's fair market rents, but I can definitely double check our market settings and I can get back to you.
Okay.
Question from the board?
All right, sorry, one more question. I'll ask the same if anybody is including in their capital stack, but for the home funds, the 400,000, would you anticipate that would be an application to Montana Commerce?
Right now, we anticipate it would be an application.
No further questions? All right, let's move on to Brandon Peak, Thomas Development.
Frank Thomas Development. I'm Rick Barber, started our company in 1980. We've been doing business in Montana since 1997, something like that. Granite Peak is a portion of 6 acres of what we call the Butte campus.
Can you speak up just a little bit?
I'm doing the best I can.
Okay.
Going over.
Oh, okay.
Pretty severe lung issues, but I can shout. Is that better?
Yeah, shout it out.
Well, after 35 years of affordable housing, we're wondering. My favorite NIMBY stories in this business are the deals we did in Bozeman. That's for another time. We've been, Thomas Development has been in business since 1990. We've developed, I think, 85, something like that. Affordable apartment communities, including several in Montana, Bozeman, Dallas, and others. Largest presentations has been in Butte. We came to Butte in Lawrenceburg in 1990 and were introduced to the Markovich family and the Birch family. We were able to acquire, next slide, please. We were able to acquire 15, 17 acres of the land over the years and have developed what we call our Butte campus, 68-unit affordable back in the late 1990s and early 2000s. We had materially this is solid property right before the market crash to a very smart person from Southern California. Along with the properties of Bozeman and some other properties, we were able to buy that property back. Beautiful house about 10 years ago, and then senior member of Montana Housing Staff says, "I'm glad you're buying this back because you know what you're doing." Unlike the so we've been in Butte for 25 years, something like that. We have senior market rates, senior affordable, family market rate, family affordable, totaling about 200 units. We have about 6 acres left on that site and would like to 2 phases over the years. For you, it's a single 36 unit, 9% senior transaction. I can come back to slides, can't I? Next slide, please. Next slide. Up there, please. I'm gonna pause here and say the board has a very, very difficult job. Applications that are all good. Senior families, acquisition rehab. You have city people who come and said, please bring housing to our neighborhood. That's very good. Good developers. Some are relatively young, some are been around for a while, but are all very passionate about what we do. So, and the market studies are all good too. Next slide, please. So in addition to our market study, we gave Public Housing Authority on the 48-year affordable senior on this campus that is now approaching year 15. And the data you see up here, the actual audited financial statement agency that this property, so market studies are market studies. Folks who do live in Montana do a very nice job. That's real life data. Next slide, please. A quick rundown on what we're doing on our senior properties. A long time ago, we just built 1-bedroom, 1-bath units. And then we realized that some of our senior couples needed a second bedroom either for health and safety issues that kids would stay with them once in a while. So we've evolved over the years, including Meadowlands, to a 1-bedroom, 1-bath, and 2-bedroom, 2-bath model. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Okay, this is what's remaining from on our Butte campus. The intersection you see down here is on Mill Drive, is kind of that beltway road on the easterly side of Butte. And then the road that's kind of teeing down to the lower left-hand corner is Elizabeth Warren, which goes directly back to the west and ties into the airport, down, et cetera. We're very pleased with the work we've been able to do on this campus. As I said, I could regale you for hours with NIMBY stories. We came to a very nice neighborhood, Butte Country Club, half a mile away. We have, as I said, developed family, developed senior affordable. At the neighborhood meeting we had here, for submitting this application, there were the neighborhood just to the north is a very nice single family neighborhood. There 30 to 40 years old. We have 4 people show up and say, we'd like to sell our home and move in because we are ready to. Next slide, please. That is very hard to figure out, but there's a bunch of apartments out there. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Oh, these are Walksmore's proximity to amenities. Those are the probably cap analysis. I think suffice it to say we would didn't have good proximity to medical gym. Next slide, please. Keep going. So this is Meadowlands. And one of the things that we pride ourselves in our seniors is we're trying to get our residents out of their apartments and engaging in socializing. Why do we do that? In Idaho and Montana, where we primarily work, most of our residents are moving in off the farm, whatever it might be. And you talk to people, many have never lived in it. Or if they did, it was the lot in somebody's garage right after they got out of high school or some such thing. What we don't want our seniors to do is sit in their apartments and eat ramen noodles and watch TV. We want them, many are frequently widowed or widowy, and their whole social fabric of their lives has changed tremendously. So these pictures here are the community space in Meadowlands. There'll be the community space in Granite Peak. We've constructed this building in some versions probably 20 times, and we'll find that community space over the years, make some mistakes, do something right. What we did, in the idea of getting people out of their apartments, we want to create a homey atmosphere in this community space. So what you always see is a fireplace, great big community room that looks like a living room. That we kind of do age appropriate furniture, so it's not, you know, new age thing, maybe and type stuff. Generally not a full kitchen, or microwave, refrigerator, and those sorts of things. Full kitchens have some fire issues that you prefer to stay away from. The upper left-hand picture is a library. What we do in the library when we open the community is we'll stock maybe a quarter of those shelves with books. And then we ask the residents to come in and when you move, you always bring more books with you. And those books don't get read, so you'll see those shelves fill up and fill up and fill up. And then they fill up and there's books on the ground. So typically once a year in our senior communities, we'll have a neighborhood yard sale. And there'll be a big stack of books or whatever the reference is for the yard sales, but again, forging that sense of community. Some of the money goes into kind of resident kitties, the and things like that. All of these things are designed to get people out of their apartment and engaging socially. The next slide, please. More pictures of the community space. Well, I will tell you, we've toned the gymnasium equipment down a little bit for the last 15 years. There's some stuff in there that's probably not as age appropriate as it should be. Nonetheless, there's always an exercise facility. One of the things that we do in the affordable housing business is not provide, we just don't have the resources, it's not part of the program to provide home health care, to provide meals on wheels, to do things that you would see in independent meals. We have a wonderful space and there are separate spaces, and that's the library. There are spaces in our seniors where Meals on Wheels, where financial aid service, all the things that people need. We've got 48-year complex with 60 some residents. The bank comes in, Meals on Wheels comes in, healthcare comes in, the mortgage for seniors. And we've got not only the facility, but the population to help them efficiently deliver those services. And of course, they don't cost anything for the residents. Next slide, please. A bunch of happy campers at an open house. Next slide, please. I'm not sure how to punch that one. I'm sure so. Karen Burns has been the community development director at the Silverville for a long, long time. She's been a tireless champion for. Can somebody make that start, please? That's way beyond my skills. Karen has been a tireless champion for a part of Montana that's not quite as glitzy as Kalispell. It's not quite as glitzy as Bozeman. And it reminds me of when I was in Idaho, where I grew up, which was anything but let's see. All that forest was the copper mine from Lewiston. When I was a kid there, it was so crappy that the light fixtures and outside of the house were turned on. That's all cleaned up, just like it is beautiful. So we have experience in building seniors. We have about 150 senior units in Lewiston.
It's not responding.
Oh, man. Yeah, slide to the next person, because that's the one that's really. I've got a flash drive. You want to see if it works better?
Can't put flash drives in our working, these laptops here that we have, unfortunately.
That's right.
Government regulations.
It might come up to my. This is the very best part of the presentation. Let's flip ahead to the next one.
Yeah, give me 1 second. It's the PDF itself isn't responding right now.
I'll pause it, see for you.
So. one of the things that I'm gonna suggest that you have before you is a bunch of great developers, a bunch of great applications that have Mitch Grove is. And market studies, the structure, so unwavering need all over Montana. I can tell you those market studies show Idaho and this country has a affordable housing crisis as a society that is just very, very challenging. There we are. We could make Myrna lighter, that would be fabulous.
Sadly, let me see if there, Jason's looking to pull the base power slide deck right now.
Okay, so Myrna is a resident at Meadowlands. She has lived there, and her name is not Mitchell. She has lived there for probably 11 years. Going for a home, you could put it if you want to do it. I've spoken with her several times over the years, including a couple of times in the last few weeks. One of the people in our office was up a couple of weeks ago and sat down and talked with her. And what Myrna will say, even though she is not, is that I lived in Meadowlands for many years. Best friends in my whole life. I've living here. We go down and have coffee every morning and the weather's good and we go out and the property has some raised gardens outside of the people we really want.
We give you a couple extra minutes, we're just.
So.
We're technical.
And what Myrna goes on to say is that the sense of community, and she loves our resident property managers. The sense of community living at Meadowlands is so incredibly wonderful and extended not only the quantity of my life, just extended the age, but more importantly, the quality. I love living here. I feel engaged. I feel part of a community. And for us, affordable housing has always been more than just homes and a place to worship clothes. Let's, while we're waiting to do that, let's scroll through the next couple of slides because I want to cover it on the point. Back to the top, please. There we go, right there. So as you look at the applications, you look at the need, this board has done a tremendous job over the years helping housing in eastern Montana. All things are crazy. This board has done a tremendous job of looking at growth in Missoula, looking at growth in sort of the Sun Valley, Coeur d'Alene type towns in Montana, if you will. Maybe it's time to look at who's been overlooked. Is this readable for all? Okay, so this is the bar graph, and it simply shows from 2013 to 2024 the number of units with 9% housing credit that have been awarded. Billings, Bozeman, Missoula, Great Falls, Heller, all the way down here. Butte is essentially the same size as Helena. Butte has received substantially less of its resource than perhaps Butte deserves. That's an analysis that I've asked you to make. I can tell you that the senior housing will be in Butte. It's been met with unbridled success at the neighborhood meeting because we've been in this neighborhood for 20 years. There is no opposition. For people who want to move in and do something new. Maybe it's time to raise their problem and protect them. for answering questions. Thank you for your
Well,
time.
Our apologies, we're trying to pull up the base slide deck and the PowerPoint to play it, but the internet here in the hotel is seeming to be pretty very slow. So if we're able to pull it up, we could go back and share that at the end of the other presentations.
She is just. We do open houses for our seniors too, and a lady, we always ask a couple of residents, anything that you never, ever see. This lady stood and said, don't ask me to move out because you'll have to shoot me.
Okay, hopefully not in housing that we.
I've been answering.
Okay, first of all, then, questions or comments from the public on the Granite Peak? Comments from the public?
Seeing none, Madam Chair.
All right, let's move on to board discussion and questions. Questions from the board?
Madam Chair.
Yeah.
What is your market share for senior living in you? You might have went over this, but if you could just re-clarify that.
The mini market study shows that there are about 120 to 40 senior rental units in the. That's not right, Vermont, I think, taking out the public based section, it's not very many. And keep your time.
So Tom, I want to just follow up. So 140 units of senior housing, how many does Thomas Development?
48.
40.
48 senior with in conjunction with the housing authority. We have 24 market rate senior on this campus.
All right, thank you. Further questions from the board?
It does look like that PowerPoint slide is loaded. You're gonna, you got, before we move on.
Let's try it. I'll look at the version in mind. Do that.
And you just want to near now, right?
She is 2 minutes and 58 seconds. First, I'm in our office, when we put this together, we worked with staff, and before we turned it in, everything was great. what we do, what we do.
Okay, further questions?
Thank you.
With that, thank you again, and we will move on to Wildflower Apartments. Missoula Housing.
Madam Chair and Board, I'm Tyson O'Connell with United Housing Partners, and we have a giant team behind us because this project has taken entirety. We're gonna walk through that a little bit here as we go through the presentation. We're all gonna speak and we're gonna speak to different parts. If you could go to the next slide. The team that we have that's bringing this project here, this is a 96 unit preservation and rehabilitation project of an existing project in Missoula. And in order to make this project happen, it's taken a number of roles, a number of people with expertise, including the Missoula Housing Authority, that currently owns the property. United Housing Partners, our company, which specializes in complex financing and rehabilitation and repositioning of affordable units. And then Mike Boucher, who's my partner at Fish Camper Development Partners for 10 years. I think he's developed over 2,000 affordable units across a dozen states, almost all of which are rehab. I had another 1,500 on top of that. So we're over 3,500 units of affordable housing, and almost all of that is rehabilitation and preserving these projects that need it. So we're gonna cover today, we're gonna cover three things. We're gonna cover the team. We're gonna cover the project, where it's located, what the existing conditions are, and very most importantly, why the risk of loss requires that this project gets funded right now on a 9% round. Then we're gonna go through and talk about the financing on why we're bringing it here today and how long we've been working on this project. How we had to get creative in 29% and 4% together. How we had to wait for the QAP to raise their limit because in the past it used to be $6.5 million. That wasn't enough to address what we needed. And then we're going to talk about how we're leveraging a 9% award in a way that will preserve and rehabilitate 96 fully occupied units in Missoula. I'm going to turn it over to Sam to talk to him about his history.
Morning, everyone. For those of you who don't know me, my name is Sam Oliver. I'm the Executive Director of the Missoula Housing Authority. I could do a slide, please. One of the things about this project I really want to shine a light on is we don't come before you today with a concept, new construction project. We have a great track record with both ACT rehab and new construction in our past. But in this particular project, as you see, you've been looking at several of these diagrams, and you can see that it's a well located parcel. It's also something that's been there since 1996. It's woven into the fabric of Missoula at this point. It also has the added benefit of being just across the street from Missoula Housing Authority office. So when this property became available, suddenly on the private market, we basically took a tact of maximum intent. And that was, these are folks that we see every single day. The affordability was set to expire. It's a very challenging deal. And that is, like Tyson said, why we have such a well thought out team and complex project is it's going to take a lot of creative thinking here. But again, there's no better motivator than 96 families, 171 people. I see many of them every day. People that tell me I need a car wash or I have a stain on my shirt or something. So to me, this is a big impact. It's something that we truly are here to preserve, but in my book, given the circumstance, save the project. So if I can have a slide, please. Again, coming back to maximum intent, the project was purchased in 2016 when the owner put it on the market. We purchased at a market rate. There were, I believe, $600,000 in reserves that were swept at the time. Now, from day one, our maximum intent was to do what we've done in the past, which is to take an encumbered project, an aging project, and preserve its affordability for the tenants that are already living there. We've done mindful things through the past. We've used our limited reserves to re-roof all the buildings in the project, knowing that this was our intent, was to get to the tax credit presentation, get the tax credit, and then be able to rehab the units. So again, just maximum intent. If I can have next slide. Now what we're seeing, this is the worst of the worst, but what I want to paint for you here, a picture, this is not current condition, but this is what we encounter when we go into a building in this age to do turnovers. And those are pretty common. And when you're going into a unit of this age, you can see the things you uncover here. We have an egress issue. You can't just fix one step. You have to do the whole stairway to the second floor. We're dealing with rot. We're dealing with things that are just basically decay and need to be looked at. Next slide, please. And so, yes, a lot of the systems in the building have aged out of code compliance. So for instance, when we lose a water heater at this point, it's not a plug and play. It's a water heater removal, total rewiring, and at a much greater cost. All of these represent a much greater cost to turn a unit like this. And it's also one of the things we've been doing is by subsidizing with labor from our greater pool. These projects just simply take more effort to run. Okay, next slide, please. And so again, the Housing Authority recognized 10 years ago that this project was going to age out of its period of affordability, which happened last year. It was an urgent save for us. Like I said, we know the people, we know the faces, it's in our neighborhood. And we committed at that point to do whatever necessary. Through the complex timing, we can talk about politics, we can talk about a pandemic, we can talk about the thoughtful timing of these projects when you have competing projects in your same community that you feel are very necessary. But again, it's been maximum intent. I'm really proud of the project that we put before you today. It's not going to be easy, but again, that's how we entered into this.
Please go to the next slide. So I'm going to do my best to summarize 3 years of thinking, strategy, and financing in the next 3 slides. MHA approached UHP and Boucher, you can see here in 2022. I was so excited because I thought we're going to do a 4% rehab just like we've done my whole career, and we're going to have this thing done and preserved before the LURA expires in 2025. We went out and we put together a team. We got one of the best occupied rehab contractors in the country. They came out and visited with all of us. They walked it. They did a full assessment. They came back and they said, here's your budget. It's $11.5 million. And I said, we are not going to do a 4% tax credit rehab, Sam. We need to think differently. Let's twin these together. We tried to do that. Still not even close. With the $6.5 million that used to be allowed per project on a 9%, we weren't close. Then the QAP limit for 9% was raised to $8.5 million last year. It got us a lot closer. It still didn't get us to where we needed to do. So we had to bring in our experience, what we've done in a lot of other places where we bring in our own cost and procurement team, and then we GC the project on our own. Fortunately, we have a great contractor here, Sam, who is right across the street, who's trying to run MHA, but he's done a lot of large rehabs in the past. So they will be serving as the general contractor on this project. By doing that, we were able to take the same scope. It was $11.5 million from the full service, full relocation contractor and bring it down to $7.5 million. So you can do the math on that. That's a really big savings. It's going to be a lot of work for all of us, but we've done it. We're just finishing 2 projects right now in Oregon that are 76 and 82 units. If you could go to the next slide, please. Part of the other thing that was really hard 3 years ago is I started looking at the rent roll and how much debt we could raise on our mortgage. And when Sam purchased the property, the rents were way below LIHTC rents. So that meant even what LIHTC rents, what MHA could be charging, they were so much lower, we couldn't raise enough debt. So over the last 3 years, we had to seek a waiver with the Montana Board of Housing staff to go above 5% per year, which is the maximum rent increases. We've been going 10% a year. We were able to capture some of that loss to lease. Now we can go out to the private sector and borrow a larger loan to help us do the project. Next slide, please. I already covered some of this about our team, about the twinning of the 9 and 4s, and really our unique approach to GC in the project for ourselves and saving $4 million. We go to the next slide. This is the best way that I can present in the next 2 slides the sources of funds that we're going to be using and how the board would be leveraging a 9% award to completely preserve and rehabilitate 96 units. Remember, this isn't affordable housing anymore. I don't know if anyone's going to ask that question. It's gone. It's expired. It's not affordable housing as of 2025. If MHA did not own this project, it would be sold. And on the next slide, you're going to see how much equity they have in this project for sellers notes. So you can see here the blue is the 9%, and by twinning it, all of the gold is the 4%. So we're bringing a lot of 4% resources into this project by doing this. Next slide, please. This right here is showing the acquisition related costs, the construction related costs, and then all of the other transaction costs. Now, if you could go back to the other slide, I just want to show that you see how expensive it is to do this. The seller notes right here, MHA is carrying an $8 million in seller notes on this project. Instead of selling it on the open market, paying off their existing mortgage and making $6 million in cash, they are willing to enter into this to preserve this 96 units by doing 0% interest loans as seller notes. And that's something that doesn't happen very often in this market, and it wouldn't happen without Sam and MHA's leadership. You go to the next slide, please. Next slide. I'm going to turn it over to Mike Boucher right now to talk about why now and why Missoula is so here.
Thank you, Tyson. My name is Mike Boucher with Boucher Development. It's my absolute pleasure and honor to be here with you all today and to be able to talk about a fantastic project that we feel really excited about and is instrumental to Missoula's affordable housing stock. As Sam and Tyson alluded to, we've done a lot. We've been working on this project for a long time. There's been a lot of brain power spent trying to crack the nut and solve this puzzle. We're really excited that we found a way to make this project feasible by bringing a lot of resources, both financial as well as work-related resources to the table to make this possible. I will get into those, but first I would just want to very briefly talk about, of course, the need in Missoula is significant as it is in all communities across Montana. A huge need in the community, specifically in Wildflower. Wildflower has 0 vacancy. It's a great Missoula project. It's a key affordable housing property in Missoula. In addition to its 0 vacancy, it has hundreds of people on its wait list currently, so it is vital housing stock for Missoula. Next slide, please. In addition to that, as
Did you get on the
been
log?
discussed earlier, pardon? The Johnson Street Shelter will be closing in August 2025, which will result about 150 more people being on the streets of Missoula. Wildflower Apartments is a crucial piece of the solution there because MHA has a mission preference for homeless households, making its project especially impactful, and that includes preserving and affordable housing. We've worked together for over 15 years, Sam and Tyson and I, on many preservation projects, and we're excited to do this one as well. Here's Fire Tower Apartments here in Helena. Next slide. Skyline Apartments is the following slide in Norfolk, Nebraska that Tyson and I both worked on together. And then beyond that, the third slide will be a project in Carlsbad. We're on the very last slide now, which is conclusions. We'll wrap this up. All right, thank you. So, as I said, this is a fantastic project and it is uniquely urgent. You've heard about a lot of wonderful projects across the state from great developers. But we do want to say that Wildflower has an urgency that maybe other projects do not. In that we feel that this is a one-shot opportunity to get this project preserved. MHA has been operating this as an affordable project, even though the affordability restrictions expired over a year ago. Through their own generosity and charity towards the Missoula community. They do not believe that that can continue. So we really need to preserve this now as affordable housing, or MHA may have no option but to sell the project, in which case it becomes market rate, and 171 tenants will be looking for new housing in Missoula and will lose 96 units of affordable housing. We started working on this project 3 years ago to the day. We met with Jason and Cheryl at this very meeting to start discussing this project, how we get this project ready for this presentation today. It has been a long collaborative haul with Board of Housing staff and our respective staffs. And so we're really excited to finally be here in front of you today presenting. The unique experience that we have brings resources to the table in terms of self-GC, self-procurement. It has allowed us to save over $4 million in construction costs that makes this project feasible. We are bringing that to the table. In addition, MHA, as Tyson has already said, will carry a significant seller note, again, bringing significant resources to the table to offset a valuable public resource in the 9% credits. You'll also see that we are preserving 40 units with our 9% credits, which is the second most units being affected with the 9% credits. So we've come up with a very efficient structure that is going to bring a lot to the table and will be good stewards of your 9% credits. So thank you very much for your time today.
Thank you very much. We have public comment on Wildflower. Go ahead and come up, please.
Again, Michael Eugene with Missoula City Council, and I'm speaking today on the city of Missoula and the mayor to express our great support for this project for several reasons, which I'll get to. But the first being, like I mentioned earlier, Missoula is almost 800 units behind this need, and we cannot afford to lose 96 units. We're appreciative and thankful the housing authority was able to step in when they saw that this property was getting ready to move and tax credits were getting ready to expire. And basically give us this opportunity to put this group together to try and save it. And we're hopeful that that comes forward. It's a great location, all the things that I've talked about previously, close to schools, all those things. But the reality is that people are already living there. And you did hear Mike make mention of, we have a shelter in Missoula that is closing because we simply cannot afford to keep that open. But one of the things we are doing as a community, as we prepare for that to close, is a housing sprint, where we are utilizing our staff, our resources, our community partners. It's significant fundraising in the community to help people who have been living in that shelter, who may have a job but just aren't quite able to overcome personal last month rent or things like that, to step into places like this. But if we lose 96 units, that further complicates that problem. And in a place like Missoula, which is true for several of the communities that have presented today, our unhoused population is not just the Missoula area, it is the region that we live in. People who may have lost their house in a neighboring county generally come to Missoula and use these resources. And that's one of the reasons that you're seeing some of the communities that were on the graph that another applicant showed that have had maybe higher numbers of units approved. But the reality is that cost of living is hitting hard across Montana. But one of the reasons that we're here supporting two different projects is you have to take advantage of the opportunity that's there. So this project, it already exists. The other project, they own the land. So those are opportunities we have right now. Many of the communities know that land costs are such that if you don't have partners who are willing to do it, or you don't have the land already in control, sometimes it's hard to do that, especially in some of the markets where those costs have just been exponentially over the last decade. So thank you all. I know you have a really tough decision, but the city of Missoula does appreciate all of your efforts on this. Thank you.
We have further questions from the public?
Yes, Kaya Peterson.
Go ahead, Kaya.
Thank you. Hello, everyone. My name is Kaya Peterson. I'm the Executive Director of NeighborWorks Montana, and we are pleased to provide subordinate financing on many projects across the state. We hope we'll get the opportunity to support many of the projects that are before you today. But specifically, I wanted to put in my support for the Wildflower Project. In addition to my role at NeighborWorks Montana, I also serve on the Missoula Housing Authority Board as the board chair. I've been in the board seat for about 6 years, and just am so impressed with the role housing authorities play across the state. And I think that for all the reasons that you've heard today from the team, we really need to preserve these units. And we have built some additional funding in Missoula through NeighborWorks Montana, the Missoula Housing Impact Fund. You see that in the financing stack here, and just want to express our excitement for that fund being available. And we will look forward to supporting the project with that fund. So thank you very much.
Any further questions or comments from the public? Now we'll move to board. Board questions? I have a question. So what did the Missoula Housing Authority pay for this project in 2016?
The original note, I believe, was 6.6 million. I have to double check on that. That was the one note. Yeah, somewhere between 6 and 7.
And so then our acquisition costs in the use of financing slide looks like it's about 14.5.
Yeah, that's the appraised value that we got in our appraisal. They had to refinance it. That was adjustable rate debt. And we helped them refinance it on another adjustable rate note. And when we did that, First Interstate Bank that holds the mortgage had to compare, if you want to keep it market, or if you want to go market, or you want to go keep it affordable, what is it worth? It's whatever that acquisition price is, and there is what MHA is selling the market.
Okay, and then of that acquisition price, MHA is going to carry back 8 million.
Yeah, approximately.
Any other questions?
And if they didn't do that, Chair, they would have to pay off, I think we're about 7 million left on the refinance note, or 7.1. So they would sell it, pay that off, and then they would have the proceeds after.
Other questions? All right, we want to thank you again for putting this together and for 3 or 5 or 10 years of hard work, whatever.
Yeah.
Okay, let's do one more before we break for lunch. Does that work? So we'll move to Sally Thorne Apartments and CR.
Thank you very much, members of the committee. My name is Don Skirvian. I'm the president of CR Builders LLC. We're based in Billings, Montana. This is my colleague, Austin Trunkel. So we're going to be doing double duty on the presentation today. And I appreciate the pressure you placed on us. We stand between this presentation and lunch. So,
Nothing but the best.
we're going to try to be cautious of that. There are a lot of new faces in the room today, so if you don't mind, I'd like to just take a moment to take a little step through memory lane and talk about CR Builders and who we are. We started business in 2003. We were actually the brainchild, or I should say our predecessor company was the brainchild of Montana Board of Housing and its counterpart in the state of Wyoming and North Dakota. Those 3 state agencies came together to form Mountain Plains Equity Group, which is a nonprofit, was formed to be a syndicator of low-income housing tax credits. And the reason they did that was they felt like this region of the world was being overlooked. We were one of the flyby states in terms of developers and investors. They looked at our communities as being small, rural, maybe harder to do. There was some truth to that. But their feeling was if we have a low income housing tax credit resource of our own, capital source of our own, then maybe we can get more done and get this program working. So they formed Mountain Plains Equity Group as a nonprofit group. I compliment them for the foresight these people had. Bruce Bridgestone was the executive director of the Board of Housing at the time. And it worked. I came on board as president and CEO of Mountain Plains Equity Group. We built it up over time to the point where we finally finished with 7 equity funds and a number of projects that I'll be going to submit. As we went along, about 2007 to 2010, we began to realize that the market's changing and we're now seeing more competition. I like to call it proof of concept because now all of a sudden the big boys were coming in. So we had Boston Capital and Raymond James and Richmond and Enterprise. We're all now competing in our project. So it became apparent to us that if we were going to continue to fulfill our mission, which is impact, we want to have impact in bringing affordable housing to the smaller communities, those with lower incomes. If we're going to continue to do that, then we needed to start learning to develop. We needed to be more proactive and actually thinking about strategically, where do these projects need to go and how do we deliver them? That's when we formed CR Builders. If you would move to the next step, please. Thank you. So along the way, we reorganized Mountain Plains Equity. We've got to change our business model and the way we do business. So we reorganized Mountain Plains. We became a for-profit company, and we formed CR Builders as a developer entity. So that from time to time, when we saw the need and the opportunity, then we could help on a partnership basis these communities to site projects in their community. Hence, in 2010, we formed CR Builders. So as we went along, we were doing this tax credit syndication as well as the development. We were doing those simultaneously. Fast forward to 2023, we worked out an arrangement with the National Equity Fund where they actually acquired our tax credit syndication side of the business, which then allowed us to move 100% into the development business. We've always been in that business, but now we're 100% dedicating our time and our resources to affordable housing. So that's a little bit of background. Along the way, 66 some projects in the tax credit syndication side, over 300 million in placement equity. On the development side, we're now up to 25 properties. We've done about 250 million in capital investment. See, I like this. I'm not much of a techie guy, but this makes me look like I know what I'm doing. But you'll notice here that we've got the history of partnerships. That's really something that was born out of our experience in the syndication world. We realized that partnerships are critical. And finding that local partner, someone who can help us, that sharing of resources and skill sets and experience is something that we do not overlook. We like partnerships. Every project we've done has been through a partnership. So now I want to talk about our latest project. I want to take you on a little journey away from where we've been for the most part this morning. We're going to move you to eastern Montana to Miles City. So if you would go to the next slide, please. Saddlehorn Apartments. This is for Custer County and Miles City. They have not realized a tax credit award since 2006. It's been a long time, between drinks of water. They have a need, as of course everybody does. But the one thing I think I can say here, if you remember our initial premise, the smaller towns, the more rural areas, the hard to do thing, we see that. We're doing work, continuing to do work in Montana, Wyoming, and North Dakota. Lots of small rural towns. And I can tell you time and time again, look at the small towns and we see the characteristic that's rather disturbing. Most of the small towns, economically speaking, are rather stagnant, reflective. There's no activity to move in or out. Or they're even facing out-migration of their young people. Rather than having the jobs and the place and the housing to foster growth and development in that community, younger people are leaving, going to the bigger towns and bigger metropolitan areas. So of course, we're seeing a lot of demand there too. But in certain communities, and Miles City is one, that's different. They have a vibrancy. They have an economy that's growing and is on the move. That's what we're seeing in Miles City. The problem with it is lack of housing is creating a constraint on how much they've got available. You can't recruit and retain key workers to fuel development if you don't have housing. So that's our purpose in Miles City, and we think it's a very good location, excellent opportunity. We're looking at a 1-year build, we're looking at 28 units. We're looking at 1 bedrooms, 2 bedrooms, 3 bedrooms. We're looking at a $10 million project that's gonna serve 30% AMI, 50% NC. We think it's priced just right in the market. Rents are at the low end, $360 a month, up to $1,100. Next slide, please. So with that in mind, this is here, just so that you know, we actually thought through the floor plans and have a pretty good feel for what we want to do. We've built this property before. We know how to build it. It's been very popular with the residents. It's roomy. It's comfortable, it's spacious, it's roomy. It's a good park. So we're talking about quality, safe, secure housing at an affordable price. This is it. Next slide, please. And now I'm going to ask my colleague, Austin Trunkel, to step in and talk to us more about the specifics of the project.
Can I steal your pointer?
Yes.
Thank you.
Now
I feel
you're-
like a college professor now.
Now you're attending.
Madam Chair, members of the board, good morning. My name is Austin Trunkel. I'm a project manager and a underwriter at CR Builders. And like my colleague Gray, I am very excited about this community specifically. At Saddlehorn Apartments, we want to give you first a look at the project site plan. So we can't really read it too well here, but we are at the corner of Stavros Street and South Moorhead. And you'll see in just a moment, we're just a block west of Haynes, which is an arterial that runs kind of north-south in Miles City there. We've got 2 buildings here, two-story walk-ups. We've got, the site itself is 2 acres, 46 parking spaces here. And as Don alluded to earlier, 8 1-bedroom units, 12 2-bedroom units, and 8 3-bedroom units. Up here in the left-hand corner, you can see we've got space dedicated for a play area as well for the families that will be occupying this project. If I can get the next slide, please. One of the reasons we're so excited about this project, it is enormously well located, and I actually have some firsthand experience enjoying how centrally and well located this is. My wife is from Ekalaka, Montana, very southeast corner of the state. And the last kind of major town that you pass through is Miles City. So by the time we get to Forsyth, we need to make sure that we call her mom and her dad and her brother and make sure that they have everything they need before we get past Miles City. So it is not uncommon for us to jump off the interstate here, run up to Walmart, pick up some groceries, run to the pharmacy if we need to at either. Then stop at Murdoch's, grab whatever ranch supplies we need to grab them, stop at Not Bombs, get a coffee at City Brew, and then jump back on the interstate. So you can see right here with the star, this is our project site, just a block west on Haynes. Quite literally across the street from Albertson. You've got Walmart, again, just on the other side. Highland Park Elementary is probably about 2 blocks away. You've got Wevo Park just a few blocks to the northwest. Custer County High School right there. Miles City Community College just above the project. Holy Rosary Hospital, I think it's 0.7 miles. I should also say everything you can see in here, this is within a 1-mile radius of everything we've tagged. So, oh, and then I should also mention lending institutions as well. We've got First Interstate Bank and Stockton Bank here on Haynes as well. Lots of other things on Haynes that I could point at, but I don't want to make this thing too crowded. I could point out my kryptonite is McDonald's. It's right there. And my wife hates that we stop there, but we do. But if you would please go to the next slide. Recognizing the need for affordable housing in Miles City, and I'm really glad that Don framed this as an economic development issue. I spent 6 years in economic development, working at Big Sky Economic Development in Billings, so I can't help but look at everything as an economic development impact. And the impact that is created beyond affordable housing and how it stimulates the local economy. So from the mini market study, we know there's a need for 149 units in Miles City. As Don mentioned, and as we'll talk about in just a moment, Miles City has not had an awarded LIHTC since 2006. There are 451 low-income families in Miles City that can afford the proposed rents. And this line right here from the market study really resonated with us.
So it is likely that the PMA's population and household growth potential are constrained by the lack of new rental construction. That's a pretty major statement. When we're looking out for our neighbors across the state, knowing how impactful the investment of low-income housing tax credits can be to a community, this really points to that. We can, with this investment, create that new rental construction, create housing for the folks who work all over that you saw on Haynes, for folks who work at the hospital, for folks who work at the school, all over. So this was enormously impactful for us, and we wanted to point that out to you all as well. Next slide, please. You guys, we are so proud of this little graphic we made. So when we were thinking of where do we want to do a project this year, where could we make an impact, we decided to go back to the year 2000 and then plot all the 9% deals that came to fruition since 2000. And on PowerPoint, I had these all coming in phases, and then there was a big reveal. But that's not what we have here. But what you can see is there's nothing terribly head scratching about this. It follows our population centers pretty well. Now, those biggest dots, 10 to 17 awards, the second largest, 5 to 9 awards, 2 to 4, and then 1 award. And I promise you, I had a Google map next to me, and I plotted these outliers as best as I could. Big Sky of Zorky. So if you're from one of those spots and it looks a little off, my apologies. But what we can see here, Miles City has 1 award since the year 2000, 1 project that came to fruition. And you've got a pretty good goal in here.
2 minutes.
Thank you, Joe. Until you reach another community that has the benefit of having an affordable housing development. Next slide, please.
I think it is important to look at that southeastern corner of the state truly has been underserved. If we're talking about opportunities to help support and fuel economic development where it exists, this is a perfect opportunity, and it's been overlooked for some time.
Yeah. And finally, Don mentioned from the outset, we pride ourselves on partnering with nonprofits, and this deal is no different. We'll be partnering with the Hearthstone Group, Eric Peterson and Mandy Peterson. They endeavor, with their board, to serve and outreach to developments by coordinating and administering programming and services, utilizing an array of funding and financing sources, mobilizing volunteers, work programs, and other means to minimize costs and to maximize programming impact. So we want to thank you for your consideration of the Saddlehorn Apartments. It's our pleasure to present it to you. And I hope we left you with the notion that an investment in Miles City will be transformative to this community. I think that affordable housing investment is always transformative to a community, but sometimes that impact can be just a little more acute. And I think this community, Miles City, would benefit greatly from the award of tax credits. So thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Are there questions or comments from the public?
You should have a few online, and I'm excited for us.
Yes, John Laney.
Go ahead, John.
Oh, you need a.
Oh, there we go. Thank you.
Yep.
Madam Chair, members of the committee, my name is John Laney. I am the Executive Director of the Miles City Area Chamber of Commerce and the Miles City Area Economic Development Council. I really appreciate the work and the effort that Don and Austin have put in, because they basically hit everything I wanted to talk about. First of all, for the people in commerce, I know you're aware the governor is coming to unveil the new state brand on Friday here in Miles City, which leads me to believe it's a bit of a secret, but I'm confident that it's going to pertain to leading tourism to the eastern side, as the Eastern Montana Initiative and stuff has, which is great. The only drawback to it is kind of let the cat out of the bag that we're here and have things for people to do, businesses to grow, et cetera, et cetera. So that's kind of brought more folks than we have room for right now. This project would be incredibly beneficial. As was stated, the retail and the medical, if you look at we service about 17 counties here, which, as anybody would know, that's an awful lot of customers. If you look at Miles City as a business, um, our medical and retail outlets are our inventory, and service 17 counties, we need a big inventory. In order to grow that inventory, we need places for people to live so that we can attract more business. That's really the only thing holding us back. For the commerce folks, Jamie from the business attraction side of things is constantly emailing, and every time I see his name, I cringe because I know he's going to give us an offer that we want desperately, but really don't have the housing to go after it. So any help in that respect will be very beneficial. Um, so I really do think that the this is a great start. It certainly isn't, hopefully, the end of our needs, but it's going to put us in a position that we can grow our town, our economy, our offerings to the other counties that we deal with. Um, I think the other thing that needs to be looked at in this puzzle is the our median age is a little bit older than most places. Um, that's why our medical community is growing the way they are, and to obviously to attract the people that we need in the medical community, we need housing. So this is all a real key piece of the puzzle for our growth as it stands in Miles City right now. So I hope that you'll really take a good hard look at our situation and this offering. Thank you.
Thank you. Further comments from the public?
Yes, Jeff. Jeff, go ahead.
Hi, I'm Jeff Akash. I'm one of the county commissioners. The location for this project is perfect for the community. It's all within that shopping corridor, medical corridor. One of the things that Don didn't point out, or Austin didn't point out, is that Billings Clinic is directly across the street, 2 blocks away from the facility, right near Walmart. Public transportation is limited. We do have it here, but doesn't meet all the needs. And this is a perfect project for people that may not have the ability to use their vehicle all year round to get to shopping, to get to recreational spots, to get to medical. The housing is so important for all the employers. All the major employers have turned down or had applicants turn down positions because of the lack of housing. So we wholeheartedly support this project, and we hope that you guys agree with it. Thank you.
Further comments from the public, online or in the room?
Yes, Matt Grove.
Good.
Oh, I'm sorry, Mitch.
Hey, no problem. Good morning, everybody. I'm Mitch Grove. I'm the Stockman Bank branch president here in Miles City. I'm in charge of our 2 locations here, and then our area locations in Hysham and Terry as well. You know, Austin had highlighted a map that he had, and I thought I'm a show not tell kind of person, and I thought that was pretty interesting for that area. As you saw, we comment on a trade area where Miles City is. With that, you know, we serve all the way over to Glendive, down to Ekalaka, to the Wyoming border, to Jordan. And so I think our population of Miles City does not indicate our economic impact or service of the trade area, which I think is huge. In fact, I might arrogantly say that, you know, I'd put any town in Montana up against us for the amount of trade area we serve as far as a square mileage area. Absolutely astounding. With that, you know, you want to talk about real quick personal testimonies of people moving to Miles City. My wife and I moved a couple of years ago, built a brand new house in Billings, Montana, and had an opportunity to come here, and drove my wife here, and we searched for a month and a half to find anything, 1 to 2 bedroom apartment after leaving a brand new house. And it's hard to take a job promotion and I guess, downgrade to that. Luckily last minute we were able to find some. I just think that just demonstrates the need right there as we trying to attract young professionals to Miles City for that. With that, one of the things that attracted to me Miles City, and I think attracts many is the culture and lifestyle that we have. We're seeing a vast expanse since COVID of attraction to Montana. And I think, Eastern Montana, Miles City is an untapped jewel. And so it's not just about the current need, but the economic impact that we have of potential future projects with that and really the Montana lifestyle. And I think a style that we provide that's different than Western Montana with that. And lastly, I just I think timing is everything with stuff. In less than a month, we're going to have this subdivision coming online where this project's going to be built. The name of the subdivision is Last Chance Subdivision, which I find very ironic. And there's just very few places left to build anything like this within Miles City proper. And within the last couple of years or maybe even a decade or two, I don't even know if we could say, we could support this project economically viable infrastructure we have and we kind of have a gold nugget set before us within the next month. The ground perfectly there in a perfect location. And so hopefully the stars are aligning with that and we can, hopefully it won't be our last chance at it, but it's a good thought on this subdivision and the key location with that. And I thank you all for your time.
Are there further public comments?
None online there, too.
None online? Are there any in the room? Let's move to board questions. Go ahead.
Oh, yeah, I was just gonna jump in, Madam Chair. I am curious, proposing 28 units when the need in the mini market surveys 149 for the Miles City area on 2 acres, is that an efficient use of space? Why, I know there's gotta be a financial price point at some point, but it seems like 2 acres is a little bit more in terms of units.
Thank you, Commissioner. I think you're right. We've seen some pretty good testimony already this morning, how creative you can be when you're trying to reach max density. So I applaud those efforts. This particular parcel, however, let's realize the lifestyle in Miles City too, and the neighboring development. This is 2 buildings, 2 stories each, on 2 acres. So we've got some space, we've got some green space that we really like, and I think the community likes it. In terms of the development costs, it's really about a 5% cost of the total project. So in terms of how you equate the cost of your land to your total development costs, we're really under. So we were able to procure a larger site at a very reasonable price. Why not take it? The other constraints are simply the tax credit allocation. We can only get so many built for this allocation of tax credits. We'd like to be doing 48. But this is our limitations. We had to balance those interests to make this work, and that's working. Thank you.
Further questions from the commission? I have a question of Hearthstone. Tell me more about that. Are they locals?
They are. They're from Helena, and they're very mission driven. All they do is affordable housing development. So they're an owner, they're a manager, they're a developer. And this is all they do. So when we talked about where the level of interest, we like that expertise and that experience, not only all in Montana, but they're also interested in our other areas that we work in, which is Wyoming and North Dakota. So this is our first opportunity with them. They have a very excellent track record. They've been very highly regarded. We've seen some of their properties. We've met with them more than once, several times. So the chemistry is good. You might want to add more to it, but
Well, some of the, I was gonna say, when Don and I had dinner with them last year, we were looking for an opportunity, this cropped up at Belgic, to join up with them. But one of the things that I enjoyed most, Mandy and Eric are just, like golden retriever kind of people. They are so joyful and so kind and so happy to come along on these sorts of things. Mandy, Eric's wife, one of her favorite things to do at these multifamily projects is come August or September. She does, her and Eric put together back to school backpacks with supplies, backpacks themselves and things these kids might need for school. For senior properties, they will host programming, connect them with services. They threw a Super Bowl party at one of theirs where they did a potluck style thing. So some community engagement items as well. So very pleased to be working with such a golden hearted.
Further questions from the board?
I just have a clarification, either one of you, first I heard since 2006, we haven't had a tax credit, then I heard another number towards the end, it's 2001, and they didn't match, do you know which number, I mean,
If I said 2001, my apologies, 2006 is correct. Yes.
2001 came out, and I went, oh, okay, let me just clarify, thanks.
Good. All right, there being no further questions from the board, we will take a 1 hour break for lunch, so that brings us back here at 12:50. It's actually only 40, no, 58. Well, 52. Yes. Okay, here they are, right there. Or I'm sorry, copper can.
Huge spirit.
Yeah, exactly.
You want to explain this? Okay, hi, I'm Ramonda Stordahl. I'm the executive director of the Butte Affordable Housing. And today I'm with Don Serhan from CR Builders. We're partnering to, present our proposed project, Copper Canyon Apartments. Next, please. Okay, first of all, I'm going to give you an overview of affordable housing. So Butte Affordable Housing's mission emphasizes high quality, affordable housing and a commitment to serving our residents with professionalism, courtesy, and respect. Next slide, please. We have some core values that are important to us. And they're shared by all of our employees and board members. And we especially are focused on integrity, customer service, teamwork, and partnerships. Slide. Okay, just a brief history of Butte Affordable Housing. In 2000, the Housing Authority, the Public Housing Authority of Butte, recognized that there was a need to form a nonprofit to be able to access funds that the Housing Authority wasn't eligible to apply for. So we created Butte Affordable Housing in 2000. It is a 501c3 organization. We developed our very first affordable housing project in 2010 with a variety of sources. The picture is not affordable housing. It is owned by Butte Affordable Housing. It is a community center. My offices are in that building. It used to be a barn. Just again, appropriate for Butte. Next slide. So Butte Affordable Housing is the sole owner of Mountain View Apartments. And then we share ownership in Meadowlands Apartments, Aspen Place, and Copper Ridge, and that's what Thomas Development. The Public Housing Authority of Butte converted all of its public housing units to project-based vouchers and used bond financing to finance the rehab of all the apartments. And then that was in 2021. So we did that. The newest thing that we're doing with Butte Affordable Housing is Fuse Housing, and that's going to be housing for homeless people. We're using home orphan funds, federal home loan bank affordable housing program funds, URA funds, and funds that Butte Affordable Housing is providing. Next slide. And these are just some photos of the housing that we are part of. Again, we own Mountain View Apartments outright and manage it. Copper Ridge Apartments, Meadowlands, and Aspen Place were the other ones. We were part owners. So Butte Affordable Housing is a completely separate entity from the Public Housing Authority of Butte. Butte Affordable Housing has its own board of directors. I actually have one board member with me today. I serve as the executive director of both organizations, and staff support is provided by the Housing Authority. And now Don's gonna talk more about the project itself.
Thank you, Rhonda. Again, my name is Don Sturhan with CR Builders. Still have my pointer, so I'm still being the techie guy at need. It's a pleasure to be here before you with Rhonda. We've had the opportunity to work with Rhonda and her team and her organization in the past, mainly from our syndicator role. I mentioned to you in a previous application how important it is for us in terms of forming partnerships. And this is a great opportunity again for us to realize that opportunity in view. And I tell you, having worked with them before, I'm very impressed with their level of expertise, their experience, quality of their team. Maybe more than that, even though, is their local presence, their local knowledge. I've watched them over the years in many capacities and the impact that they have, the service they provide at many levels, not just the housing, but in human programs, human services programs. It's very impressive. So it's a pleasure for us to be able to team up with them and be a part of that, particularly when we're working with local people that really know how best their community operates, how best to serve that community. So I've been tasked today to talk a little bit more about the specifics of our project. We've been working on this for over 2 years, trying to find a location in view that would lend itself to what we're trying to accomplish. And finally, we've got it there. So if you move to the next slide, please. This is our proposal, 31 units, again, 2 buildings, 2 stories each, definitely a family. There's been a lot of senior that's been the concentration in Butte lately. And I know that Thomas Development and the Ron's organization, Butte Affordable Housing, that had a big hand in that. This is multifamily, this is family housing, because we found that there's just a gap right there for workforce housing and trying to attract more workers into the Butte community. So as you can see, we've really lined it out here. We've got $11.3 million total cost for the 31 units. But we've got 73 bedroom units marked in this configuration too. So you can see that with 72 bedrooms, we're really reaching out to that family type of a structure. 8 1-bedrooms and 16 2-bedrooms. So this is really the artist's rendering of what that building is going to look like. If you go to the next slide, please. Location for us is critical. As I said, we were working on this for 2 years, trying to find the correct location, the right location in Butte. As we all know, Butte has quite an environmental history. So even though we would sometimes find a good location, and the final due diligence, it just didn't work out that way. So here we're very pleased to show that we're here at this location. This is Hanson Road. This is Washoe Street. And here's the YMCA. So this is in the southwestern quadrant of Butte. And we're very pleased to be able to work out the arrangements here. And we're only a couple of 100 feet from the YMCA, and there's a bus stop right here. So when we're talking about putting together family property, location like this is critical. They're very hard to come by. One of the things that we've come to learn is, and I'll show you in the next slide too, that we're in the Margaret Leary Elementary School District. Okay, and that's not far from here. And I'll show you in the next slide where that is. But they have a busing program after school for the after school kids to come up here to the YMCA. So if you're part of the elementary school, you get a free bus ride up to the YMCA. The YMCA has an after school program for K through 5th grade. So if you're in that age category after school, get on the bus and move up here to the YMCA. And I know, and you can fill me in on the details here, but they've taken that to heart and come up with another program to make it even more enticing for the families.
Right, so Beautiful Housing wants to make sure that all the families that live in this new project have access to the Y. And so we are willing to help subsidize any membership for anyone that wants to belong to the Y.
Thank you. So we just think it's a great part of this project proposal. Get the next slide, please. Here's the site map. Again, this is Hanson Road, the YMCA is right over here. And this is an access road that has not yet been developed, so this is vacant property in here that is under plans for development right now, and this is an access road that we expect to have in place. We'll certainly build it at least up to the terminus point of our property, so it provides easy access. We've got 31 units and 59 parking spaces, easy access. Also, in this particular configuration, again, it's $11.3 million in total development costs that's anticipated. 70% of that are the construction hard costs. So there's only 18% of that that are actually the soft costs. But we are seeing tough numbers in view of construction costs. So that's where we're coming in. But again, in this case, we've underwritten the project to serve the population at 30% AMI, 50% AMI, and 60%. So if we can move to the next slide. This is our floor plan. This is the 2-bedroom unit in Copper Canyon Apartments. And again, I want to emphasize spaciousness of it, comfort. And we've used this over the years. It's one thing I enjoy about the partnerships. We learn things over the years in our experience. So her experience, our experience, we've come up with a pretty good floor plan, and the dimensions of it, I think, are going to be ideal. The 1 bedroom, for example, is 794 square feet, two bedroom, 943, and almost 1,200 square feet for the 3 bedroom. Okay. Those prices, the 1 bedroom will go anywhere from $367 a month to $849. 2 bedroom, $434 a month to $1,014. 3 bedroom, as low as $497 a month, $1,167. Those are some pretty favorable rental rates in the people area. So we're very proud of them. If you could move to the next one, please. This is about one more to follow this too, but here's our site location. This is just to give you a sense of where the project is in relation to the town, the state, the amenities, the community. We're very pleased with, obviously, the YMCA, but we've got parks here, we've got banks and financial institutions. Here's the mall. This is the interstate. So it's very well located. If you move to the next slide, please. Again, just another extension of this to see the southwestern quadrant of Butte. Here's the site location, wide, the park area, Butte Mall. Here's the clinic, Walmart. Here's the Margaret Leary Elementary School. Again, another urgent care. If you go back to the previous one too, I'm trying to outline for you really the amenities and how close it is and close proximity to all these services. That's great. But the one thing that we've neglected to include in this slide, this is Harrison Avenue, and Pork Chop John's is right about here. We're talking about landmarks, and I don't think we should look past that one. Okay, if you move forward. And then I'm going to hand it back to Rhonda to talk more about the huge need that we're seeing in people.
So, as you can see from this slide, this shows information from our mini market study, how many low-income households and who can afford the rents that we are proposing. And just as a reminder that the last tax credit awarded project was senior project, Porto Apartments, a couple of years ago, that I think is going to be opening soon. Next slide. So the Public Housing Authority of Butte manages 5 tenant-based voucher programs. There's one up there. There's one that's not up there. That's our FYI. Wall Street and all of those programs, all the tenant-based vouchers, we didn't have those when I first started there, so we have managed to grow that program since I was there 20-some years ago. We have a wait list for all of our projects for our tenant-based vouchers and our project-based vouchers. We normally tell people that it's at least a 2-year wait to get a voucher. Next.
So, do you have any questions? Oh, let me ask for public questions first of all. Is there questions from the public, or questions or comments from the public?
I know, there's my online and that's all here.
Yes.
You come forward.
My name is Kurt Quist and I'm on board with Rwanda, but I'm coming at it from a different viewpoint. I also work for the Butte Furniture Bank where we collect lightly used furniture and deliver it to low income people. We have been to every housing project in Butte. And besides the non-vouchered programs, and what we have found is that the substandard housing that is not affordable housing, there are window problems, there are door problems, there are subfloors with no covering, slumlords, what you would say. We deliver a lot of furniture to those people. They would not pass inspection. And that's why I'm talking about this program is really, really needed in our community. Safe, it's secure, it's clean. It has heat 24 hours a day, which a lot of our older buildings, because of age, some of those apartment buildings are 100 years old. And we are really speaking in support of this project. Thank you.
Do we have any online comments?
We do, Karen Burns.
Go ahead, Karen.
Thank you. I think I was part of a past presentation on a video link that didn't work, maybe for Thomas Development, but I'm here today in person. Thank you so much. My name is Karen Burns. I'm the Director of Community Development for Butte Silver Bow. I've been in this position for just a little over 20 years now. I've lived in this community my entire life, and I'm extremely passionate about housing in our community. We finished our strategic housing plan in 2024, have adopted that plan and identified the need for over 2,000 units to be developed within our community. Our need is critical. I mean, as it is across the state of Montana, I realize that, but I really truly believe our need in Butte Silver Bow is at a very highly critical level right now. The proposal today from Butte Affordable Housing fits right into the mission of our goals of our strategic plan for housing. We identified 8 main goals. This project clicks off 4 of those immediately. And so increasing those numbers of units, increasing options for our residents for affordable units, coordinating land uses and allowing for increased housing density. The location of this project is absolutely perfect. It is an area that is lent to mixed use developments and increased density, and it fits in perfectly. The infrastructure is in the area. There is sewer and water capacity right to that site and around it. And as has been mentioned in this presentation, being co-located very closely to the YMCA, serving as a community center for everyone would be absolutely wonderful, and keeping people active and in those active community nodes of our community, creating those neighborhoods that are activated is really important. And it's definitely reaching those goals of collaboration that was identified in our housing plan as well with our partners in Butte and across the state. So please do your best to support this project. I know you have some great presentations and projects in front of you, but this one is extremely important to Butte. So thank you.
Are there any questions from the public? Further questions?
None further, Madam Chair.
Questions from the board? Comments from the board?
I did want a little bit of elaboration if I could, Madam Chair, just that. I was doing the math on the unit cost, and they are a little on the high end of what we've seen. Is that the cost of building in the Butte area competing with Bozeman? What's going on, do you expect with the cost per unit?
Well, it's something we're seeing across the board, Richard. I think most of the developers have admitted that today, or if you ask them directly, they will. It's hard to make a deal working, just to get it to pencil. The construction costs these days are so high. And everything's just contributing to that. The uncertainty that we see in today's environment, the supply chain issues that are hard to nail down. So not only are the actual costs rising, but it's the unknown costs. So when you're asking someone to bid on a project, they put in a pretty good fudge factor. And we think we can do better. But we don't want to misrepresent our position too. But we are finding that the costs in the Bozeman and Butte area are higher than what we're seeing elsewhere. But it's still a work in progress, and we think we can dial that back. Thank you.
Just a quick question. You say you're at a 12-month construction window, and how quickly can that window move? I mean, are you beginning, is this in 26? Is yet in 25? Should you get awarded the credits?
Yeah. Well, if we were to get the credits today.
That's not gonna happen.
Well, if we would anticipate we're successful in getting an award in the fall, then construction would start in the spring.
Okay.
So we're looking at a May, June start date of 2026, so it'd be 2027. So unfortunately, that's how far out we need to think, even though the need and the demand, the opportunity is now. We don't have much choice, but to plan accordingly.
Yes, appreciate that.
Well, thank you very much.
Thank you. Appreciate your consideration.
We'll go to Pintler Pines.
Hello, Tiffany Hackney of the Housing Company. A little bit about the Housing Company is we've been around since 1990 and we've created 1,159 units in 26 projects. I've worked with the Housing Company for 11 years and I've been directly involved with creating 750 units myself. Currently, we have 2 projects under construction and 1 that's set to start. We have 2 4% under construction. 1 is 72 units and 1 is 74. These projects were funded using ARPA, CDBG, home, HTF, and tax credits. The Homestead in Dillon, which received an award last year, set to start construction in June. Of the 26 projects, we've built roughly half of them are in rural communities. The Housing Company is an Idaho-based 501(c) nonprofit organization. We develop, manage, and own our properties. CHC will be involved from the start of the project through completion. At the end of the compliance period, the Housing Company will acquire the property and keep the rents affordable indefinitely. The Housing Company developed Pioneer Meadows in Dillon several years ago and, as mentioned, was awarded credits to build the Homestead in Dillon. We have experience in using both 4% and 9% tax credits, home, HTF, AHP, CDBG, and other funding sources to make projects possible. The Housing Company takes pride in building an asset for a community that will stand the test of time. The Housing Company also has a resident services program which supports residents struggling finding services. Our program helps residents find the services they need. Next slide, please. The Housing Company is pleased to partner with Anaconda Deer Lodge County. Anaconda Deer Lodge County identified a site in Anaconda. The site is 2.75 acres. The site will be donated to the project along with $160,000 in NSP funds if we were to get an award. The site is in a QCT and meets the rural definition. The current zoning does not allow for multifamily, and a rezone to high density residential is required and would be completed prior to application. We're proposing the construction of 24 new units. There will be 18 1-bedroom and 6 2-bedroom, targeted to seniors 55 and older. Sorry, I lost my spot. We're selecting the 40-60 set aside with a weighted average of 49%. That differs from the amount at LOI submission. I decided to opt to target a lower AMI to capture more cost burden households. That would be reflected in our application for invited and the market study. 2 units would be at 40%, 13 at 50%, 8 at 60%. We'll have a manager's unit and our credit ask is 8.5 million. We settled on our seniors 55 and older based on market data, city and statewide. There has been no new senior housing built in Anaconda in at least 2 decades. There are no new rental options in Anaconda, and the affordable options are incredibly limited. The last 9% award in Deer Lodge County was over 20 years ago. Deer Lodge County has the lowest distribution percent of 9% awards. Land availability within the city limits is very scarce. As with other areas in Montana, the senior population in Anaconda, Deer Lodge County is increasing faster than the overall population. Between 2010 and 2020, the population of seniors increased 21.4% compared to 4.2% of the general population. Through 2029, the households with 55 and older are projected to continue to increase by 4%. As of 2024, there were 4,416 households in Deer Lodge County. The number of households with 55 and older is 2,722. Over half of the households in Deer Lodge County are over 55. That leads to the stat that Montana has one of the oldest populations in the country. Seniors are not only being priced out of their homes, but there's also the issue of accessibility. Kentner Pines will address 2 of those hurdles, accessibility and affordability. Action Inc. provided a voucher wait list for Deer Lodge County. There are 232 households on that list. According to our mini market study, there are 184 income eligible households. In 2024, the county issued a community health assessment. Residents in Anaconda, Deer Lodge County cited affordable housing as a top need in various surveys. Next slide, please. These next few maps I pulled from the Montana Commerce website. They're very helpful. This slide shows the age of housing stock. As you can see, Deer Lodge County has one of the oldest in the state, with the average house being built in 1939 or earlier. Next slide, please. This slide speaks to the population. In this census tract, 26.3% of the population is over 65. And this site is located in an area of the state that has a high level of senior population. Next slide, please. This map speaks to the poverty status. In this area, 20.7% of the population are below the federal poverty line. We feel that number skewed because Georgetown Lake is included in that resort community, so likely that number is much higher. Next slide, please. There are 3 maps on this slide. The top left is a zoomed out view of southwestern Montana and proximity where Anaconda is located. The second image on the bottom left is where the site is in relative to the city. Third image is a street view of the site itself. 1601 Tammany is located adjacent to a grocery store that includes a pharmacy. Kentner Pines is located within 1 mile of all goods and services, including doctors, dentists, other retail, shopping, banks, and the senior center. There's also senior transportation led by the Metcalf Senior Center. Currently in Anaconda, there's a walking trail under construction. The walking trail will lead to Washaw Park and then also connect to the hospital. Next slide, please. This is a current view of the site. The school will be replaced with 24 new units that I mentioned. The zoning Currently, it's public, semi-public development. As mentioned, it'll require a rezone to high density residential. Next map, please. As you can see, the area in yellow is single family. So it's surrounded by primarily single family residential. The purple to the left of our site is a county owned park, which is being developed. And then the red is the grocery store and pharmacy that I mentioned. We expect the rezone process to go very smooth for a few reasons. Our partnership with the county being one. Fact that we've designed our property to fit into the neighborhood seamlessly. And then we will not be seeking the tax exemption for Fiddler Pines. Next slide, please. Next here are just a couple of street views. This is a view from the north side of the site. Next slide, please. This is the east side. Next slide. This is the south side. Next slide, please. And this is the west side. This shows a rendering of our site put together by our CSHQA. There's also preliminary plans that we'll see as we go further in. This design will look familiar to the board. It's similar to the homestead. Similarly, each unit will have covered front and back patios. Again, the ultimate goal is to give seniors a sense of independence and a feeling of community. On this site, we will have 3 residential buildings. 2 of the buildings will have 9 one-bedroom units. 1 of the buildings will have 6 two-bedroom units, and there will be a community building with a covered outdoor patio area. Community building will have space for library, crafting, playing games, management office, and socializing. There is a community garden to encourage socializing with your neighbors. We will, as I mentioned, have on-site property management. Next slide, please. These are elevations of the buildings that have 1-bedroom units. The green is not that intense. In the other slides, it shows it really bright here. Next slide, please. This is the view of the 2-bedroom units, very similar in appearance. Next slide, please. This is the 1-bedroom unit plan. The units are spacious at 675 square feet, fully accessible, includes all appliances and washer and dryers. Please. This is a picture or a layout of a 2-bedroom. They are coming in at 850 square feet, fully accessible, appliances and laundry equipment. This is elevations of the clubhouse from every side. Next slide, please. Clubhouse is currently modeled at 800 square feet, a common area with the library, lots of open meeting space. There's a management office. There's also a meeting room for any residents that have caseworkers or need for meeting with a service provider. Next slide, please. This is our first rendering. This is from the view of the street. So the picture of the school several slides up. This is what it would look like from the street now instead of the school. Next slide, please. This is a view from behind the community building facing towards Tammany. As you can see, there's single family houses back there, which kind of shows how our project will blend in with the neighborhood. Slide, please. Again, this is a view from the community garden towards the building that has 2-bedroom units. Next slide, please. This is a view of the 1-bedroom building. Slide, please. And this is another view of the 1-bedroom building. This is my favorite slide. The guy in his tracksuit, he's living his best life. Next slide, please. In conclusion, I'd like to recap that Fiddler Pines is needed in Anaconda and Deer Lodge County to allow our seniors to age in place. I know your decision isn't an easy one, and I appreciate you taking time to listen to my presentation, consider it our project. Speaking next on behalf of Hitler Pines is Bill Everett, the Chief Executive Officer of Anaconda Deer Lodge County. And thank you for your time.
Thank you. I think we have public comments in the room. Please come forward.
Oh, thank you.
Take your spots, Bill.
Thank you, Madam Chairman, board members, for giving us some time today. Really excited about this project. My name is Bill Everett. I am the CEO, city manager, mayor, all these hats for Anaconda Deer Lodge County. I've been in this capacity for 9 years. I absolutely love it. My family's actually been from Anaconda on both sides of my family since the 1800s. So to say I'm a little bit emotionally invested by putting it mildly. We've done great things in Anaconda the last 10 years. I'm very proud of what we've done. We basically had a rebirth of Anaconda. We settled our super fund with British Petroleum. With that, we received a lot of great financial benefits. We rebuilt our sewer system, we built our water system, rebuilding all of our roads, all of our sidewalks. Our town is coming alive. There are no longer any vacant houses in Anaconda. 10 years ago, you drove through Anaconda, you saw boarded up houses. Probably even saw one spray painted that said for sale, $10,000 on it. It was horrible. Guys, you need to drive to Anaconda today. That's not it. We're coming back alive. We're very vibrant. Great things are happening, but we do have needs. We have a very aging population and very aging homes in our community. Our average home is about 80 years old. And our average resident, I'm actually considered a young guy in our town. So that's kind of a sad statement there. We need housing, we need senior housing. The housing that we need to provide for our community, unfortunately, is not available. I do not have a safe, secure, desirable senior housing anywhere in our county. I can talk about my Aunt Susan. She's actually here in Helena at a senior living facility. My Uncle Bob, the other side, he's over in Missoula. My mom and dad are actually living with my parents, or excuse me, my mom and dad are living with my sisters out in Seattle. We don't have anything. So unfortunately, you spend your 55, 75 years, whatever, in Anaconda, you get to the point where you no longer want to or can maintain that household. You're done painting, you're done shoveling snow, you're done mowing the yard. You need a place to live. Now, unfortunately, you have to leave Anaconda. It's horrible. And also horrible for us family members because now we don't have that here right down the street. Hey, Mom, I'll come see you at lunch. We don't have that. So the need is there. It's our number one need. What the county is willing to do to partner on this is we are willing to give up our most valuable land we have available to build residential homes in Anaconda. I have 2.75 acres of absolutely beautiful land. This is the best, guys. We're not sticking it out somewhere nasty. It's in a beautiful residential area in the west end of town. We just did a beautiful subdivision above it last year. Those are $800,000 homes down below. Just nice $300,000 homes for a beautiful part of our community. We're putting it right in the middle of it. As we went neighbor to neighbor to say, hey, what do you want to see here? Senior housing was definitely the most appealing idea. One thing they wanted to say is, hey, let it fit in with the community a little bit. Space it out a little bit. Don't make it too thick. We have a beautiful park right next door. It's mildly developed. We'll do that. We'll develop this park if successful into a park that can complement seniors. We have a lot of great parks in Anaconda, but not one that necessarily complements seniors. So I think that'll be a huge, very beneficial. Also, the location is you got Stokes, our grocery store, right adjacent to it. So our seniors can walk there. You got our hardware store on the backside of Stokes. They can go get those supplies. We are right now in the process of a multi-million-dollar trail system that is under construction, a grant we received from MDT that will all be completed this end of the summer. This trail system that you'll be right here goes all the way across to Washoe Park. You know where that is. It goes through where our hospital is as well and around the community. So these people will actually have the ability to see the other functions of our community. The need is huge, guys. Not only will it give a place for our seniors to live, equally, we just use a possibility of 24 new residents for our seniors. That'll open up 24 family homes for them, which is equally important. I can tell you about the other problem we have with location of Anaconda. You would think, well, you could build anywhere. It's not the case. We're almost maxed out, gentlemen and ladies. To the north and south is all public lands.
To the west is public lands until you hit Georgetown Lake. If you were to look at the east, we have over 30,000 acres of land that cannot be used for residential due to covenants placed on it from British Petroleum and Superfund decree. We're able to do a lot of manufacturing there. We're able to put a nice hotel there, new Murdoch store, all that area, no residential will ever be allowed. Also making this space more valuable to our community. I appreciate your time today. I gotta say, all the presentations I've heard today have been fantastic. I spent a lot of time on the Hill in different bodies. Everything that came for you today is absolutely fantastic and well deserving. Hopefully you find or see the need that I have. I'm not sure if it's any greater than the other communities, but housing in Montana is a huge need. You got tough choices ahead of you. Thank you. And if there's any questions I can answer, I'd love to answer.
Thank you. Is there further public comments? Nothing online? Any in the room? Okay, let's move to comments or questions from the board.
Madam Chair, I have a quick question. I think you mentioned in the presentation foregoing the eligible tax exemption, property tax exemption for LIHTC. Was that a specific negotiation with the county or the city of Anaconda? Kind of how did that come to fruition?
I offered it to
Okay.
help the community. Yeah, no,
Okay.
so it wasn't a negotiation. It was something I thought would be beneficial for the community.
Okay. Do you foresee any challenges in long-term operations if the property is subject to paying property taxes for the duration of the period of affordability?
I built it into our operating expenses.
Okay. Thank you.
So for the multi-hatted mayor, commissioner, et cetera. How did the city county consolidated happen to own this land?
So about 6 years ago, our school district owned it prior. The school district was in financial distress and perhaps not the best management at the time. They were getting rid of all old school properties. But unfortunately, they were putting them out to just highest bidder. You can imagine for a community, what could happen in this area for higher bidder, worst possible scenario. I went to a board meeting and said, what's the price you want? I said, I'll buy it. We need it to protect this whole neighborhood. Just putting this out to higher has been very unreasonable. At the same time, we own this property. I've received multi-million dollar offers for this to subdivide it, put high dollar housing there. As much as that could be nice to our community, really help our tax base, it's not the right thing to do. It's not what my community needs. My biggest fear is if we don't move on this property, as I've now held on it for 6 years, that could happen. And we all see this in Western Montana. Guys, highest price for a piece of property is not necessarily the best. And being able to hook up with Tiffany and her organization, we saw what they've done in Dillon and what their plans on. Like, this is perfect. This is the fit. And my community loves this idea. As far as rezoning it, that kind of stuff, guys, my community is behind this one here. And this would be a really cool deal. They would rather have this than have $1 million homes there. That is Anaconda.
Yes, it is.
Thank you.
Are there further questions from the board members? Yeah. Thank you very much
Thank
for
you.
the presentation.
Appreciate it.
Jason, I want to see you at the end. If you could go through, for the newer board members, the selection process that we'll go through tomorrow. Sure. Just to cover that, so when we're mushing this around in our brains tonight, we'll have in mind how we're gonna go about it. Okay, let's go with the outpost.
Thanks for having us today. My name is Grant Schnell. I'm here with my partner, Matt Bellis. It's great to see and hear from all these other developers across the state. I've lived in several different cities in Montana, and it's just amazing to see the growth and changes and everything here I've seen today is positive. We're here to introduce the outpost at Kalispell. Our development team is known as Mock and T.E. Miller. Between Mock and T.E. Miller, collectively, we have developed over 500 million multifamily specializing in the Mountain West region. We hold an established presence in the Flathead community with existing future developments underway and are committed to the state's positive growth and vitality. We have partnered with the Community Action Partnership of Northwest Montana. FNM is a nonprofit that provides social services advocacy to improve lives and strengthen communities. They're also based in Kalispell and they're national. They've helped us build our project around what the city's seeing and the exact demand drivers they're experiencing. Additionally, we have engaged Praxis Consulting Group. Praxis has developed and financed over 14,000 units, totaling over 3 billion in the affordable housing space. Next slide, please. Why Kalispell? Personally, I live in the Flathead and I've seen firsthand how critical the need for affordable housing has become. From local businesses, restaurants, construction groups, childcare services, everybody's in need of affordable housing for workers. I personally invest in this because this is my community. I care about the people who live here, work here, and I want to be a part of the long-term solution. Projects like the Outpost and Kalispell are creating stability for families, employers, future of this region. Outside of my personal anecdote, affordable housing in the area is operating at an average occupancy rate of 99.8% with a capture rate of 5.3%, highlighting the significant imbalance between supply and demand. For households earning 60% or less of AMI, market rate housing is simply out of reach. Rents are more than 31% higher for 1 bedroom, 22% higher for 2-bedroom units, compared to our 60% AMI rents. Broader growth in Kalispell underscores the need for all housing types. The University of Montana's housing study for Flathead County highlights that if construction doesn't keep pace with the population growth, the region will face a significant housing shortage, placing even greater pressure on an already limited affordable housing option. Next slide. Just get excited about the project. It sits within Kalispell's revitalization TIF district. This is an area poised for continued investment in both housing and commercial development. Our project will serve households with an average AMI income just below 53% of AMI, dedicated set aside for veterans, survivors of domestic violence, and youth aging out of foster care. These populations often face some of the greatest barriers to securing stable housing and have been historically underserved in the area. This set aside is our effort to help bridge the gap and ensure housing is accessible to those who need it most. Our site is an infill location just outside of downtown, offering convenient access to a range of amenities, including grocery stores, restaurants, fitness centers, medical services. You see the green on the map here. This is the Parkline Trail that connects all of Kalispell. Feeds right into Main Street and the rest of downtown. See the mall there, kind of towards the end on the eastern side. Next slide, please. The Outpost will consist of 1 and 2 bedroom units that will be restricted to residents earning 50 to 60% of the area median income with a weighted average of 52.9%. Our goal with this development is to deliver a community that meets or exceeds the quality of comparable market rate housing in their area. The Outpost Kalispell is a proven design that our architect has implemented in similar projects throughout the area. To match the market rate quality, we're including a full range of in-unit amenities from energy efficient appliances, air conditioning units, walk-in closets, added storage, washer and dryer, carpeted bedrooms. We've also designed a common area with the family set aside in mind, aiming to create spaces that support connection, recreation, and day-to-day convenience. This will include an outdoor playground for kids, community grilling area, gathering space with a kitchenette, all aimed at fostering a sense of neighborhood and belonging. We kept this design focused on what matters most, creating a space where families can live well, community can really thrive. Here's a snapshot of our current development budget. We've taken a conservative approach with our assumptions and set aside a strong contingency to help manage any market swings or cost pressures. Total project cost is $8.7 million, with the majority allocated to site work and construction, which accounts for 55%. These numbers come from local general contractors who recently built similar projects in the area. Soft costs make up for roughly 21% of the budget and include design, permitting, impact fees, consultant fees, and financing. The remainder of the budget covers land acquisition, developer fee, and required reserves. Next slide, please. Here's a rendering and site plan of the proposed development. We've had several meetings and ongoing correspondence with the city to ensure that it integrates well into the area. Project is a 3-story walk-up, which is consistent with other types of housing in the immediate vicinity. The site is zone B2, which allows for our proposed use, density, and parking ratio without the need for any variances. It also falls within the QCT. On the left side of the rendering of the site plan, you can see where we've located the common area, the barbecue space. The site also includes ample green space for a playground and additional open areas designed for recreation and gathering. We'll continue refining this design in coordination with the city to ensure that it aligns with the local goals, enhances the overall resident experience. Next slide, please. If we're fortunate enough to receive an award, our goal is to move quickly and break ground as soon as possible. Awarded in the fall, we plan to complete construction drawings in December. Promptly submit for permits, close on the land and begin construction. Based on conversations with local general contractors, we estimate construction completion by March of 2027. We've had an extremely strong community support from the city and nonprofits as seen in the letters attached to our LOI. Local leadership recognizes the urgent need for affordable housing, citing real challenges businesses face in hiring and retaining workers due to high housing costs. The Flathead Valley is one of the fastest growing regions in the country, let alone the state. And that growth has driven housing costs beyond reach for many working households. Community organizations are unified in their message. The need for affordable housing isn't just significant, it's desperate. Support letters you see here come from city officials, housing advocates, local nonprofits, all emphasizing the same thing. This project directly addresses a critical gap in our housing market. This should do it. Thank you.
Thank you, Kevin. Are there any questions or comments from the public? Someone's calling in right now.
Seeing none online, Madam Chair.
Okay, any in the room, public comments? Okay, let's go to the board. Does the board have any questions or comments?
Chair, I had a question. You covered it earlier on in the slide deck, a 10% set aside for veterans, youth like aging out of foster care and victims of domestic violence. Are you considering partnering with that housing authority for things like tenant-based BASH vouchers or foster youth to independence vouchers? Can you say a little bit more about the set aside and the targeting for those populations?
Absolutely. Matt, would you mind speaking to that?
We're still exploring it right now. If we do get invited, we'll pursue it a little bit harder, but as of right now, but we will do that.
Brent, you talked about quite a few units that you have owned or operated, and are not all of those are tax credit though, yeah, okay, so you
The
have done,
majority is market rate.
okay,
We have some senior in there and then have an affordable community.
okay. All right. Other questions? Thank you very much. All right, we'll go to the tower in Village.
Good afternoon. Before I do present, does anybody need a Jolly Rancher? We call this board meeting the endurance game. So I know it's been a long day, so. My name is Heather McMillan. I'm the project development director for Homeward. We are a nonprofit based in Missoula, Montana. And we have quite the history with housing in general. We are a CHODO, Community Housing Development Organization, and that's our whole mission, is dealing with housing, both preserving, strengthening, and also creating new. Can you go next slide, Jessica? Thank you. We have right now some numbers that I always have to update because we have so much going on right now. We have 35 projects in 14 different communities right now. We have over 1,600 units of safe, healthy homes with 292 in the development stage right now. I tell you this because housing is our game and partnerships are our game, and so are programs. The other part of our organization does first time homebuyer education classes and financial education and vote to purchase. So that's what we do. Can you go ahead and move to the next slide? What I'd love to talk about and why this makes me excited is that a little bit of a background. I'm just the kid that grew up in Belgrade in the back of my dad's grocery store. We built baseball fields and had pancake community dinners or breakfasts and those sorts of things and when he asked me why I work for Home, and I've been here about 22 years now, I had to explain to him because I get to work with communities around Montana. And so this is a map of the communities that we have projects in. It's not just about those projects and Homeward's name on it. You've heard from a lot of our partners today. We have partnerships with Missoula Housing Authority, Blue Line Development, HRDC 9, Homefront and Billings, lots of other nonprofit and for-profits. So in Montana is our jurisdiction. We don't work in other states, and we're not bound by geographic restraints, like a lot of the housing authorities, and other organizations. So we are a little bit unique in Montana, but I thought for the new board members, it'd be good to give a little bit of background on that. Next slide, Jessica, please. I'm pleased today to talk to you guys about the towers. We came up with a couple of different names for this, but we have 2 senior properties in Billings that were built in the 70s. Fraser was built in 1979, Sage was built in 1974. These projects we were able to acquire in 2019. They had partial HAP contracts, voucher contracts. They were at risk of not necessarily leaving the program as fast as Wildflower described, or our Creekside project that we're doing right now. And I didn't mean to be rude, we were in the back trying to close the Creekside project for those who have abused on this in this room. We're getting close to closing that one, but the deed restrictions aren't going to necessarily be done because we have HAP contracts, but these projects, they went through syndication. They went in 2006 and 2009. But at the time that the owners at that point, or the purchasers, they just did cosmetic improvements. They did the interior of the units, they did the things that were kind of immediate and most visible. Well, as we know, buildings don't last forever. And so on these buildings, Sage is actually, I always flip this around, 10 stories, yeah, Sage is 10 stories high. And Fraser is 6 stories high. They're brick. They were built well. We can't build this way anymore with tax credits for sure. But the systems are exhausted in this building. The mechanical systems, we need new windows and the roofs. We've actually gone in and done kind of a patch job on the roof on these buildings. They're just expensive and operations are fairly thin on the projects. And so we want to make sure we reinvest in these projects and re-syndicate. Very similar proposal to what we're doing on Creekside. It's what we know how to do. And then we'll basically just copy paste from Creekside because we've broken a lot of trail on that over the last month or so. I can go ahead and advance to the next slide. Great, so these projects are located, Sage Tower is kind of in the Ebert district, just west of, or east of downtown. And Fraser Tower is in the south side neighborhood, adjacent to our Southern Lights project, as some of you know, and right next to that big, wonderful, huge park in south side in Billings. Next slide, please. Part of the acquisition, before I tell you what we've done, part of the acquisition that we did and why we know that we can handle this is that we took the 501c3 conduit bond for a ride again after acquiring Creekside, and we purchased one of the buildings with the 501c3 conduit bond, as well as EQ2 funds passed through from Glacier to NeighborWorks Montana into the project. The other project we were able to assume a really advantageous HUD loan, and we were able to keep that, which was really wonderful. So we got stabilized financially on the project, but then immediately, because the owners, when they sold, swept the reserve accounts, there wasn't money in the piggy bank. We had to use net operating income we've done some work on the pipes, we had to replace sidewalks, we had to replace a concrete vault under one of the sidewalks. We've been doing what we can operationally, but another thing that our asset management team has went and got fully fleshed out HAP contracts. So every unit in both of these projects has a project-based voucher, which is super helpful in setting us up for success on this next phase. Jessica, here. What are we gonna do? I talked a little bit about it. Roofs, they are not cheap and we want a full replacement. Like I said, we've been patching through there. Mostly mechanical, a lot of windows. There's just a lot of areas in the building that have been getting by. There's some security issues we want to resolve. It's Sage. And we have some community service space. We want to make sure that we upgrade at one of the properties as well. So we want to infuse, kind of the whole goal is to infuse enough to the larger capital needs now to reinvest in these properties. They've been providing affordable housing in Billings to seniors for 49 and 54 years. And they did a great job. So it was built right, but now's the time to reinvest in these properties to make sure that we can keep them affordable for long-term sustainable operations. Go ahead, Jessica. Thank you. This is one thing, you have equal need across the state. we're drinking out of a fire hose in need here. And it's just not gonna be an easy decision, so I don't envy you guys' choices that you're gonna have to make, kind of inviting some of us forward. Right now, Billings, and you can see the darker communities, you have to work 84 hours a week to, at minimum wage, to actually afford a regular apartment in Billings. I think Patty Webster's trying to get on it, dependent, because we were last and we didn't know how long until she could get on to testify about the need and they're seeing in their vouchers. But right now we have a current need in Billings of 1,600 units over that. Largest community in Montana, everybody knows that. But what we talked about last year with the project with Homefront they were in partnership with is that Shiloh Glen went to market. It fell out of the tax credit program, and that was a loss of 120 units. We don't want that to happen for these seniors because there's not a place for them to go. These are vital homes. You can advance, Jessica. Remember when I talked about where they were located? I think the better map to show would be the next slide, Jessica, sorry. Both of these towers are in qualified census tracts. That's very important for me to talk about today, especially because this is a 4% and 9% project. And with the 4%, it just gives us that 130% boost in the project. So let's talk a little bit about project feasibility. Why now? Why did we do this project? One, there's not a lot of stability at the federal level, knowing that we're gonna have a ton of soft funds. We've all talked all day about costs of materials, interest rates, credit pricing in the toilet, all those pieces. But right now, these projects both live in a qualified census tract. So this gives us a boost to generate more credits on the 4% side of the project to bring in more equity for the project. We own these projects. We know that we've owned them since 2019. We have over $8.5 million of seller carryback notes because Sam could sell his Wildflower, or we could sell these towers, make bank, not have to worry about the complexities that we go into on our re-syndication. But between the value of the buildings, the QCT for both towers, the increased values on the property, the project-based vouchers on 100% of the units, and us being able to take the learnings that when we recycled our 501c bond from the original acquisition on Creekside, we can do the same thing here. We don't get to apply it. We have to give the money back to the bank and then they shake and stir it as a better interest rate on a tax exempt bond. That's what we ended up finding out. So it makes it more efficient. And we also have the EQ2 funds. Larry and I were in the back restructuring them once again for Creekside. We'll know how to do it here well in advance. So we know that, and we're hoping to be able to maintain really favorable, hard to get now, lower interest mortgage. So that combination brings all of this together to have in the 9% in the larger building, we'd have 44 units. It's kind of the top 4 floors of that building would be in a condo. And then the rest of the building and the other property would be the 4% side of the project. So a total of 145 senior homes. They're, according to the IRS, they are not the same projects. And according to us, they are, right? So this is how we're leveraging. So there's a fine line that we have to dot I's and cross T's with. Jessica, go ahead. So really, this is my last slide. I promised, and if I didn't promise, I meant to say it. I wanted to be efficient. We do partnerships really well. Not always the most pleasant thing to have a partner, but we all go through it. A lot of our partners are in the room. Homefront is our partner in Billings. Right now, we are working on a project for them as their developer, building new homes for LB Lofts that were funded last year, preserving Laurel Gardens. And if we were able to time this right, we live in Missoula, project managers going over there would be really efficient. And we can also leverage both projects for equity investment, attract more, hopefully better terms on that from a scale standpoint and capacity and time. Because when we look at partnerships, we look at who can do what strengths come to the table and who has time for what and what are the resources. And so we feel like this is the perfect time to be presenting those towers. We haven't patched the building and gotten it through, but it really needs the infusion of really strong capital improvements. And we want to spend some quality time in Billings over the next couple of years. So I'm here to answer questions, and I don't know if Patty was able to make it on. You don't see her?
I don't see her on.
Yeah, it being the last one, the time frames, there was like a 3-hour window she had to hit, and that doesn't work for the ED of an organization. So we can speak to the need if you guys want, but really that's the meat and potatoes behind our proposal. happy to answer any questions.
Are there any public comments? Public comments online? No?
Seeing none, Madam Chair.
Okay, are there board questions or comments?
How many current tenants between the two properties?
It's senior, and I think there are some couples, but there's 145 units. So it's probably on senior projects, it's a little, it's not like family where there's a big uptick, so there's probably. I think when we looked, there was about 180 or so seniors. That answers that.
Heather, can you just speak to the, this via 9-4 split? And so in the 9% application, is it 44 units included? And then would all remaining 140, 141, depending on site manager units be in the 4%?
101 others, sorry.
101, yes, thank you for doing that. Okay. And is there any more details that would be helpful for the board to know about the 9-4 split? And I think it's helpful, you know, why can't it be done with just a 4?
Right, ran the math and would prefer to do that, because there's a lot of people in this round. We just didn't have enough equity. I think we've all talked about it. I think last year you saw, and for those that weren't here, you only had a few applications that can make it work because the costs and the metrics are all really challenging. So the increase on that up to 850,000 in credits is key. I can do that larger chunk of 44.9% homes, and then leverage everything else about the acquisition and the 4%, because the acquisition building costs generate credits on a 4% side, and because we have a larger value than what we owe. That helps the math quite a bit. That 130% boost in the QCT also helps that. So does that answer that question?
Yeah, and then on the 44 units and the 9%, would they be in a combination of the two towers?
They would be in the taller, look at stage, yeah, thanks. That's the 10-story. I took the 4 stories.
Okay.
The upper floor of that to make it a condo.
Gotcha, that was where I was going next, so glad you answered that.
And then there'd be a condo relationship. It's a little more traditional than what we're having on Creekside right now, but those 4 floors would have a relationship with a condo and shared use agreements and all those pieces. So that there's no hiccup in the parking and the site amenities. It's and there'll be shared use agreements. And in fact, we can duplicate a lot of what we've created. We've done land lease and mostly condo on 7 different projects of ours. So, and Creekside was really complex, but this one will be, but a lot of those pieces, especially because we're doing conduit bonds and all of that piece, we can duplicate what we did before.
How fast or slowly could that occur?
This, for all essential purposes, why we put in a rehab project is that it's quicker. And we already own it, so we don't have to deal with that. And so we would time this, we put an equity proposal out for LB Lofts. It was super challenging right at the beginning of the year. It's chaos. We're gonna put that back out, but we want to include, if this were to be able to be brought forward to funding, we time it with LB Lofts, so it'll be a lot faster. We do our architecture, get a lot of our rehab scope dialed in, and then, you know, hopefully close early next year. Depending on some timing, and we want to make sure if we need the home funds, we do our fed release of funds. In all the right order, so.
Thanks.
Yeah.
Further questions from the board? All right, thank you very much,
Thank you.
and thanks to all the developers. Now I'm gonna call on Jason to explain how we will go from 15 to 8, or 13 to 8.
Jason, how are you gonna do that?
All right, so I'm just gonna go through the memo that we'll read again in the morning. And the other thing I wanted to add, I put 2 support letters at your spots. They came in after the packet went out. And it goes one for Saddlehorn and Riverstone. So that's what was laying on your spot this morning. So in the packet, so that you have for tomorrow, so the letter of intent memo, which I'm reading right now, there also is the letter of intents submitted. There's summary sheet. There's also the board worksheet for note taking. The spreadsheet that shows the comparative information as far as like cost per unit, square foot, things like that. Spreadsheets in the packet showing summary of project information, the Montana economic and demographic data. So there's the narrative for each project, the mini market studies are in there, and any public support letters submitted. That is in your packet for tomorrow. And then, so tomorrow we're looking at which ones to move forward. So we're moving 8 projects. Let me get to my spot because I just lost it. The max of each one again is $8.5 million over the 10 years. Tomorrow, when we vote, we will go through how we vote. It's going to be each board member will take their top 3, yeah. Projects in top category. So you get 3 points, you award 3 points to your top 3, 2 points to your next 3, and then 1 point for your next 2. And when we're doing that, we are hoping you will, kind of explain why you're voting for who, so developers kind of get a feel of what you're looking for. And there's a development evaluation criteria in your packet as well. Would you like me to go through that? Kind of just talk about kind of what you're looking for when you're looking at these
That would
tonight.
be helpful.
Okay.
Yeah, fine.
Yep, so we're going through all these different things tonight, each project, so. Development criteria would be geographical distribution of the projects. Is it rural versus urban? Does it fall in a QCT or a DDA? Overall income targeting for the project. Needs of affordable housing in the community. Is that rehabilitation of existing housing stock? Is there sustainable energy savings initiatives? Financial and operational ability of the applicant to fund, complete, and maintain the project through the extended use period, which would be 50 years. Past performance of the applicant in initiating and completing the tax credits. Cost of construction, land and utilities, including but not limited to the cost credits per square foot. The project being awarded or project is being developed in or near a historic downtown neighborhood. Also, the frequency of awards in the respective areas where projects are located. Preservation of project rental assistance or retention or addition of section 811 units in or to an existing project. And augmentation of and or sources of funds included. Also to note is the nonprofit part, and only 3 of the projects are not nonprofit. So this year we have that taken care of. There are no tribal spotlights. There were 2 small rural spotlights. Those were the first 2.
So when it is a rural spotlight, which I know which one you're talking about. Is that meaningful to us in decision making?
It can be, it's up to you.
Oh, okay, so there isn't any. Okay.
Nope, you don't know, it's just a spotlight, so it doesn't mean you have to
Okay.
give it extra credence,
So,
yep.
okay.
Yep, and it has to be outside the top 7 populated towns. And also less than 12.5% of the total credits, which is about 34,500,000 this year, so it has to be under 12.5%, which is about that $4.3 million.
Okay.
And so what we'll do in the room tomorrow is, the chair will have the discretion of who she calls on first. You'll go through those priority projects, the top 3, the next 3, and then the last 2. Brian Barnes will be putting up those tallies up on the screen, and we'll see those in real time. We'll complete all the board members doing, their counts. We'll see if we've got any ties or if there's an obvious kind of shuffling order. There's the opportunity to pause and take a break in case we need just logistic wise to sort. And then sometimes we can end up approving the 8 projects just based on that slate. Sometimes there has to be kind of a secondary vote if there's any tiebreakers. So again, it's really helpful. The board is voting on the ultimate slate of projects after you share your priorities and why you're selecting those priorities. But the final vote is the slate of projects that you move in their integrity.
So when we talk about what our priorities are, it would be to say, I'm putting this project in my top 3 for these reasons. And it could be any of the items that Jason talked about that are also in the memo. There could be some other things that you really liked about it too. So we just need to be prepared to not just say, these are my top 3. but these are why, these are my top three. Anything to add? A whole council of notes?
Yeah, I would just, I would just maybe reiterate that, you know, as, you know, the legislature looks at the process, as the governor is looking at the folks who are sitting on this board, it is important, as the board acts in a quasi judicial capacity to state the reason, just like if a judge was making a ruling on a motion, they write an order, they describe the law, the facts, and their conclusion, right, how they got there. We're expecting the same kinds of a thing where we can see, okay, here's some substantive reasons that not only provide rational basis for the decisions you're making, but also allow the developer community to find projects that are fitting what you want. So it prohibits some of the guesswork, some of that shadow boxing activity to actually know what it is that the board is looking for, what it's highly rating, and can develop and bring projects to you in the future that really hit the things you care about. So the more feedback you give now, the better projects you can get going.
And I think all the board members know, and certainly developers do, that Montana is a rather unusual state with how we structured our qualified allocation plan insofar as our board has really broad discretion on the selection of projects. And with that high level of discretion comes also that high degree of responsibility to clearly articulate on the record why you're selecting the projects and why they stood out to you. And then to kind of make sure that we weren't holding the developers in suspense, this voting will take place at the very beginning of the agenda tomorrow. So you don't necessarily have to hear all of our other perhaps dry board business if you don't want to. We'll do the votes first thing, and then folks can depart unless you really want to stay and hear what else the board's got going on.
Same time, same place.
So just a quick, I think I know the answer to the question, but we have top 8. And we aren't going to talk about 5 that any of us may choose not to select.
Nope.
No, okay.
No, just the ones you're voting on.
Making sure we're real clear on that. And like the top 3, I indeed talk possibly about all of them differently. I mean, they may not all be for the same reason why I have them in my top 3.
Yep.
And I was just throwing that out.
That's a good point. That's a good point.
Yeah, that you don't have to say the same thing if they're in your same category. You can say you're this one.
So this is the first round?
Yeah.
And what's the limit on the final round?
I think we'll have to see how it shakes out.
Yep,
but-
so the limit is the 34,500,000. Yeah, okay.
And so with going up to 8.5 million, it will depend a bit what gets invited to the full application, and then which of the 8 you can end up selecting to award. So it's a little bit of a math game to see how many you guys can fund for those that are going up to that 8.5.
Any other questions or comments that board members would like to ask? You want to tell us about dinner, another dinner?
Certainly. So I think we could probably adjourn the meeting if there is any other further business, and then we can do logistics for board after that.
There being no further business to come before the meeting is adjourned.
Yeah.